The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's home page, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and turn over the meeting to Chair Williams.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams. Today is November 21st, 2025. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Stefano,
Present.
Commissioner Cabrera,
Present.
Commissioner Litvak,
Present.
Commissioner Lynn,
Present.
Commissioner Giuliano.
Thank you very much. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining this morning. We let the automated message go to great detail regarding the 2 viewing options, and we have a pretty packed agenda today. So hopefully those of you listened in, because you do have a couple of different ways to view. Rather than rereading all of those, I will say that you have the ability to send email questions to cieinfo@fldoe.org if you're unable to navigate the 2 different methods by which you can participate in this session today. So due to the virtual format, we'll also forego introductions. We'll ask that any individual with speaking with the commission on behalf of an institution, when you are unmuted, please introduce yourself, state your full name and your relationship to the school that we're discussing. And we are going to begin today's meeting with section 11. We have informal hearings, 3 that we are going to navigate here this morning in the best way that we can virtually. Informal hearing number 1 is Olive Health Institute. The first item on the agenda. Mr. Genter, would you please introduce this section to us?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. So this is our favorite part of the of our meetings, our informal hearings. These are quasi-judicial proceedings. These hearings, as most of you know, are held whenever the commission has issued a notice of intent to take some kind of adverse action against an institution's application for licensure. And when the institution files a petition for administrative review wherein they do not dispute any of the material facts which served as the basis of a notice of intent, but which to plead either mitigating circumstances or subsequent efforts to cure the identified deficiencies, they may petition for an informal hearing. And these are, as I said earlier, quasi-judicial proceedings. These institutions have each been instructed to appear on camera. They will be sworn in. You commissioners will have any opportunity you wish to ask any questions of the institution or to ask them of myself or Executive Director Hurst. Given the nature of these particular cases, I will not be administratively prosecuting them. I don't anticipate that these will be particularly adversarial proceedings. If you have any questions about process, do let me know. As in all cases, it is the burden of the institution to prove by a preponderance of evidence that they satisfy the standards for whatever license they are applying for.
Thank you, Counselor. Our first informal hearing regarding Olive Health Institute located in Oakland Park, number 2662. If you are representing the institution, would you please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself?
I don't have video. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I had video on my laptop.
That's quite all right. We can hear you just fine.
How do I raise my video?
I'm sorry,
All right.
could you introduce yourself, please, sir?
My name is James Dodell, Director of Olive Health Institute.
Thank you very much for being here this morning, Mr. Dordell. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
I have to swear you in, as this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Mr. Dordell, Counselor, are we able to do so without video regarding raising right hand, et cetera?
It's not optimal. If Mr. I'm sorry, I didn't get his name, Mr. Gradell, if he's able to get to a different laptop, perhaps we can revisit this after the other two institutions which are scheduled for this item.
Mr. Dordell, we want to be able to have this proceeding with you today, but we do need you to be on video. Can you work on that while we process the second and third that are lined up behind you, and then we'll come back around so that we can verify for the record that you had your right hand raised and are actually swearing in?
No problem. I'll try to go on my cell phone right now.
That sounds perfect. We'll circle back around to you. Thank you, sir.
And just as a note, every one of the institutions appearing on this section was given instruction that they would have to appear on camera and were instructed to make appropriate preparation.
Counselor, would you like to move to hearing number 2, and then we'll circle back around to that?
Sure thing.
All right. Our next informal hearing regards Florida Ultrasound Institute located in Pensacola, 2115. If you are representing that institution, would you please raise your digital hand, introduce yourself, giving your name, and briefly note your role or title with the institution?
Chair Williams, we have
Yes, ma'am.
received an email from the entity that stated that we will not be appearing for the informal hearing this morning. We will be canceling our part of the hearing. After careful consideration, we have decided to begin the process to close the school. Currently, we have 2 classes still enrolled and working very hard to get them graduated. One class will graduate at the end of March and the other in June. We ask that the CIE allow us time to complete those 2 classes so we can get them graduated. So therefore, I would recommend that the commission continue with the proceeding as currently noted, but note that the institution has agreed to go ahead and close the school.
Okay. Well, obviously, we open the floor for discussion with the commissioners. I guess my question would be, does this alter in any way um, the ask of the commission, having that information in hand.
So we would recommend at this point that after the commissioners consider what is in front of you, we would recommend that the commission deny the application and then issue a final order denying that application. That will then force the school to conduct an orderly closure, and CIE staff will follow up with them in that regards. I believe their last class, they intend to close in June of 2026.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have questions or comments to discuss internally?
Just have one question. Can we just, I think it was them that I was reading that they might be enrolling for January, just to make sure they don't do any enrollments for January also?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can, in your motion, provide that the school immediately cease enrollment of students as of the date of the final order.
Okay.
So then, Counselor, make sure I get this right. I would be asking for a motion to deny the application and to cease enrollments immediately upon receipt of the order.
Upon the, as of the date of the order.
Okay. So then do I have a motion to deny the application and to cease enrollments upon the date of the order?
So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. That motion is adopted. All right. So then let's move to the third. We'll circle back around to the first, and hopefully Mr. Dordell can sort out his camera.
Before we do that, Chair Williams, I would recommend a motion to delegate to the chair the authority to review and to sign the final order that will issue on Florida Institute of Ultrasound.
I should have mentioned that in the original. So,
So moved. Make it easier.
moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. All right. The third informal hearing is Institute of Laser Training, located in Estero, 10178. If you are representing that institution, would you please raise your digital hand, introduce yourself, give your name, briefly noting your role or title with the institution. Hi.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You said raise our digital hand. I don't know how to do that exactly.
That's all right. I can see you in here.
Okay.
It's just habit from what I say in these informal hearings. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Jonathan Sig and April Sig with the Laser Lounge Spa.
Thank you both for being here.
Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti.
Would you mind noting your roles and titles with the institution for the record?
Go ahead.
Yes, we are the owners of the Institute of Laser Training. I'm an RN. My husband.
I'm a physician assistant.
Outstanding. So we appreciate you guys being here. We will need to swear you in. Thank you for being on camera. Would you please hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that affirmation. Commissioners, you have each in front of you the Institute of Laser Training's petition and the pertinent record of its application for licensure, including documentation submitted by both the Institute and commission staff as exhibits for our consideration. We have each had the opportunity to review these petitions and exhibits, and I'd like to open the floor for discussions and questions now that you may have of Mr. Missick.
Commissioner Williams, if I may, sir.
Yes, sir.
The institution worked with our firm, and they have put together a opening statement that they would like to read to the commissioners.
We would love that.
Would that be okay?
We would love it. Thank you for that proactive contribution. We're looking forward to hearing it.
Perfect.
Good morning. So as owners, that we have not been fortunate enough to operate in this sector very long, but we have not been excuse me, I'm a little nervous this morning.
No reason to be nervous.
We have not been successful enough in running this institution as long as our other business ventures. We have been in business for almost 17 years now with the Med Spa. Excuse me. But upon reflection regarding our interactions thus far with the CIE, and since obtaining the provisional license that you did give us earlier, we believe that our frustrations at not being able to navigate through the regulatory requirements and not being able to grow with the institution's population budgeted levels played a huge part in the interaction with the commissions in the July meeting. Specifically that day, we did speak about our interactions with program specialist, Mrs. Andrea Shand. And we want to take this opportunity to publicly apologize to Ms. Shand about this comments we made referring to our interactions with her. Really, in hindsight, we believe that Mrs. Shand was only trying to help us navigate through all the requirements, and us not having the strong understanding with the process caused, of course, frustration. And we do apologize for our statements that day, and we look forward to working with her, and should the commissioners give us that opportunity again. Right after the meeting ended, we contacted Ferguson, Sorrento, and Mr. Giorgetti as educational consultants and sought after their guidance and advice, and have entered into the operational guidance contract to assist in becoming a more successful and compliant institution with the CIE. And now that we're on the right track, I'm very thankful that we had the opportunity to work with them and that he's been able to guide us. And we want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to address the commission this morning, and we are ready to discuss anything that you deem appropriate today.
Well said. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner, open the floor for you guys to have discussion. Mr. Giorgetti, your background makes me very jealous. It looks as if you're sitting beside your swimming pool that.
I apologize, Chair Williams.
No, that's quite all right. I would probably let's discuss what you guys are. Given that it sounds like you have other businesses, and I want to understand what your goal is here. You're likely aware of staff recommendations already, and for what we're taking motions on here regarding accepting or denying the pending application. Tell me how things are different now compared to the summer, and what your appetite is for continuance of what sounds like it's been a challenging effort.
It has. Go ahead.
Our appetite is it's still the same. We're very anxious. As we mentioned in the initial meeting, this whole school was not designed as, honestly, a moneymaker for us. It was designed as helping in our industry where we saw there was definitely a need. We have a lot of single moms that work with us, a lot of single moms that come to us, want to be in our industry. And this we found was a good opportunity to give them an opportunity to get a certificate of sort where they could actually really advance themselves. And that has really been our drive all along. I think going into this, as April mentioned a little about our letter, it's a little more overwhelming than we thought. We really didn't know what we were doing going into it. We had good intentions, but we're not educated on it. And like she mentioned, I think that's where our frustrations came out. And unfortunately, it came out on Ms. Shand, because we know she was just trying to help us. And so then we sought out professional help with the team that we brought on. Still there, we just realized it was a little bigger bite than we thought.
I often refer to this as I call it the bench press fallacy. I know a lot of guys who can bench 400 pounds who think they want to operate a gym, and it's two different skill sets, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's not an indictment on anyone, right? We make these correlations in our head of the service itself and not the act of providing that service as being two different things, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm wondering is, I mean, the staff recommendation that we have before us here is to deny the pending application, and I'm trying to understand. Is it your request that not happen? And if that's the case, what would be different, and what would be your plan if it wasn't denied, I guess?
Commissioner Williams, if I may, when Mr. and Mrs. Sig contacted Mr. Ferguson and I after the meeting, we had a good solid heart-to-heart with them, and I think they'll agree with that. As to, you said it best yesterday, you don't buy a wrench when you have a major leak. You call
a plumber.
And they called the plumbers. So we launched into action with them. The first thing was to get their commitment that this is what they wanted to do.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping to get that question answered out of the gate as well.
Yes, and their commitment is solid. They both have continued to operate the actual institution without having students. The two students that are reflected revenue-wise on the 2024 financial statements, those were employees. That's why there's only a $3,000 revenue reflection, because they do have an employee discount. So those two students took the courses in calendar year 2024, therefore it was $3,000 revenue. I know that number looked a little funky and a little low, but we also wanted to explain that. The students they had the year before, those students paid up front, and those were in calendar year 2023, so they wouldn't have been on the 24 financials. Right. With that all said, they do have 10 students, and I think it might be 11 or 12 now, that they have not enrolled per se, that are ready to enroll should the commission give the opportunity for them to continue operating the institution. They're ready to go. We have gone through a laundry list of items with them, from academics to admissions to cash collections to graduation rates to placement rates. We corrected the data collection that was on the clerked order. We went in and we collected the accurate data and posted that. I did it myself for the institution to make sure everything was correct. And going forward, they will stay on our operational guidance package with us, where we have biweekly calls with them. And in between the biweekly calls, they have called us a multitude of times in between, just checking on different things, asking questions. And I believe that their commitment is solid, or Mr. Ferguson and I would not be associated with them.
Yeah, I guess the real question here is, I mean this empathetically, and I hope you guys take the question that way. Are you in a position of where you have some sunk costs and you're afraid to walk away from this because of that? And is that what's driving your motivation? Because that's a tough spot to be in, because it means you perhaps without that motivating factor would not make the same choices. Mm-hmm. And that sunk cost aspect sometimes can skew our perspectives of what we think we want. And I hate to be blunt about it. Empathetically, I'm wondering how you guys feel about that question.
I think that's a very fair question. We have been, my wife and I, extremely blessed in our industry, in the med spa industry. We own a handful of med spas. We manage 20 med spas total within our company. The cost of it, yes, it hurts a little bit, obviously, but it's not that we keep going because we have an investment in that way. Our investment is still in, like it was mentioned, the 10, 12 people that want to do this now, and to see their desire. That is so exciting for us, because we want to put them through this. So no, this, however it went, the cost is not driving us. It's really not. We have money invested in it, but it's not like we're going to not eat tomorrow,
The lasers that we bought for the school are lasers
we use them anyways. Yeah, we have equipment that we use throughout our locations, so we already have a whole slew of equipment. Everything was in place. Our office is big enough to have classrooms in it, so everything's kind of in place that was ready there.
It's really not that big a deal financially to run the school. It's basically our teacher, which works with us, and just getting the students. There are two other neighboring schools within 10 minutes one way and 10 minutes north and 10 minutes south that have now opened, and one has been open a little bit longer. But they are double the price that we are. And so the people that we get are the ones that, like we have the single moms, or the ones that just try to make ends meet.
Can't justify $10,000.
$10,000 for a 3-month school just to get their laser electrology license, and then to keep it up every 2 years. So having that, we're like I said, we're not here to make money. We're here to put out quality people who enjoy being in the medical spa industry and that can actually afford it. We're not trying to bend anyone over backwards and hurt them and financially, you know.
Is this because you're using it as a feeder into your operations?
Absolutely.
Well, that keeps our costs down as far as the feeder goes. It doesn't, we again give a discount to employees. So if they want to.
Our own employees,
yes,
all the different locations.
But it's open to everybody. So the majority of the people that have showed interest are not employees. That's a small percentage, but it's very beneficial, like I said, because we have laser stores already. That makes the school very easy for us to carry the equipment and trainers and whatnot, because we have some very skilled laser technicians.
It's more fun than anything.
So my question more goes to, what do you guys learn from all of this? What's your takeaway?
Yes. So we are medical people and not necessarily business oriented as far as all the logistics for all the rules and regulations. And that's thankfully what Mr. Giorgetti has completely opened our eyes, because with Miss Andrea Shan, she threw all this stuff at us and I'm like, oh my goodness, I felt like a 2-year-old in a college world. I feel like I'm very smart. I'm good at what I do, but not knowing how to jump through the hoops of what exactly was wanted for the CIE. We a clear path of exactly what financials and numbers and everything that you guys need now. And I'm very thankful for Mr. Giorgetti to get us through that point. It's actually very easy now that we actually comprehend it and understand it. And I see it being very seamless from going on forward if we're given the opportunity to continue. We won't cause any more problems.
Now that's I've been doing this for about 20 years, and unfortunately, it's never seamless. Issues that come up, and it's important to stay on top of the regulations. They're there for a reason. They're there for consumer protection. That's what we're here for, to ensure the quality of the program, so that when people are going through it, and so. And we used to have a saying way back when I worked with a person, and she used to say, if they ask for it on fuchsia paper, you give it to them on fuchsia paper. That's the way it needs to be. So it's very important that you look at the rules, you understand the rules, you meet the filing deadlines, and that you go through that. I understand that you're learning, and no offense to our consultants, but I always say at the end of the day, it's the owners of the business, the educators who own the school, who are responsible for the students, not the consultants. So while I'm very happy you have these guys, the consultants helping you because they can guide you, it's still going to be on your shoulders to make sure this gets done. And that's the assurance that I'm looking for as we go forward.
And Commissioner Lidback, I think that they would tell you that was the first conversation that Mr. Ferguson and I had with them.
Thank you. And you guys do a good job, so I appreciate that, and really do explain some of this stuff.
Well, Mr. Ferguson, he's done it for a couple minutes.
Just a little bit.
If I could add to again what a lot of the take this has been for, I think, for both April and I too, is honestly, and I promise you I'm not a brown nosing kind of guy, but I'm telling you I do appreciate the board that you have, because there's so much shady stuff on our industry and stuff that's done under the table, and you wonder, how does that get by? And when you guys came down on us initially, we're like, we're not used to that. We were not used to such a strict, tight regimen to follow. But when we look in hindsight now, I'm thankful for that, because this would be everybody. Everybody would be doing this, everybody running a laser. And we need this in our industry. We need legit laser technicians that went through a legit program. So for me, it was very much to understand more, again, the importance of honestly what you're doing. And I promise you, I'm not saying that to schmooze anybody. I really do sincerely mean that we need you guys for this stuff, because our industry is it's sometimes wild, wild west. So.
Yeah, well, healthy forests are often purged by fire, and this distillation that we've been going through in a lot of the medical and medical related industries lately, I think is good for the industry overall.
Very much.
So let me ask you this. What's the downside of you saying, hey, we gave a good run at that, but it's not our primary focus. It's certainly not the primary revenue generator for us. But why not just say, hey, maybe this isn't the best thing or the highest and best use of our time? Why not say that and just focus on your other 20, locations?
I'll let April answer two in a way. I think our heart is kind of the same place. Because we've had good success in our business, we are honestly at a point in our life now that, we're like, what more can we do? What can we give back? Not just in something like this, but then in charitable stuff. And we do so much. It just anymore, it's to us is more about giving back because we've been so fortunate. So for something like this, say, well, let's just move on and not. There's so many people we know that we could help with this and touch with it. To us, I think that's still our driving force. Knowing that there is a single mom, I can get her a great job and give her a career she loves, that's rewarding. So to walk away means she may not get that opportunity. I don't want to walk away from that. I want to do what I can to help, a dozen people a year if I can.
And the folks who are you either have trained or plan to train, if you're not hiring them, who is hiring them? Where are they going for work?
Other companies around laser school, not schools, laser med spas. We have plastic surgeons that have sent their people to us. It's incredible. There's roughly 400 accounts from Fort Myers to Marco Island that do this kind of stuff. Not all lasering, but they want to get into it. So yeah, they're going to other med spas and plastic surgeon groups.
What do you see as your biggest hurdles, I guess, if we say approve you to go forward still? What do you see as your hurdles and what are you looking at?
Well, it was the paperwork and getting everything, keeping it organized and turning it on time. Now that we understand everything's got deadlines, everything's got timing, we're definitely way more organized now. And we're not quitters. So that's the thing. Not that it's a pat yourself on the back type of thing. It's we've come this far. I hate to throw it all down the tube just for nothing. We spent so much time and energy and stress and everyone that we've encountered, even if they didn't work for us, they were very appreciative, and our office is kind of like a family. So I think they felt very warm and fuzzy, and that way they can take that persona into their new offices of where they're going.
I think to answer your question hurdle wise, I would honestly think this is our biggest hurdle to prove to you that we can do this.
Definitely.
Beyond that, I feel like we have wonderful things in place, and we have support with the group counselors that we've joined with too. That now we feel like, we're not going to go, go to your board and complain about something because you guys unfortunately don't have enough staff, which I would guess they probably don't give you enough staff to do everything you have to do. I can only imagine. So we're thankful that we have counsel on board that can help us too. But again, to answer your question, I don't see a major hurdle, honestly.
The meeting was the major hurdle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anxiety.
If I may just pose a question here, and thank you for all your comments. And I appreciated the clarification in terms of the final responsibility. I mean, an analogy for me is that we've seen extraordinary consultants throughout these meetings, and it's analogous to having a great GPS, but you're in the driver's seat, and ultimately comes down to you guys. And it sounds like a strong facet of this is a certain kind of social mission or kind of a purposeful orientation in this additional initiative that you're taking on. And fortunately, looking at your budget and your paperwork, it seems to be very closely interwoven with your current business, and therefore, it reduces the burden of upkeep and increases its feasibility. Now, one of the things that I did note is, if I'm getting this right, I didn't really see much carved out for marketing dollars. And it seems to me that even if you have a greater price point, if the commissioners and whoever happens to be listening to this call are the only ones that know about it, it's going to be hard to get students.
Yes.
Right. So what's your plan there in terms of, as you said, you have a value proposition in terms of the value you're offering compared to your neighboring institutions offering a more expensive program. But if you really want this to grow, then how are you going to get there?
So, Dr. Stefano, if I could, then I'll let the SIGs go.
That's
but
okay.
one of the things that Mr. Ferguson and I did were analyze a budget. We wanted to see what they were using, right? Because as we all know, as commissioners, as consultants, as school people, you have to operate on a budget if you're going to be successful. If you do not, and you do not allocate resources in the proper places, it's pie in the sky, right? You might make it, you're probably not going to make it. We now have created a budget for them to go forward with on a yearly basis. That's part of the operational guidance that we offer to hold them accountable to the budget, to the expenses, to the revenue, to the starts. And they had never, other than building their budget for the provisional license, they had not used one. I think you said it best. They were using what they had with the med spas and using that to generate and absorb a large percentage of the expenses. Now it's going to be completely different. The financial statements next year for I would say 2025, not 2024, because those are done and said. In 25, they didn't have a whole lot because they've been in this process. But the financials that will come out in 2026 for calendar year 26, I believe those are going to look a lot different because those are going to be pinpointed to the actual operation of the institution and not interwoven with the med spas. And I think that by doing that, they're also going to become better operators just because they're going to be accountable to themselves for those line item expenses, for that revenue, for that marketing. And there are norms in our industry. We know it, right? 20% cost of goods, 25% marketing, 20% G&A, 8 to 10% occupancy, and the rest is EBITDA. I mean, it's not rocket science what we do. It has to be monitored, managed, and taken care of. So, I mean, I worked for Jack Larson for many, many years, and I learned that this is how you operate a successful institution. And that's why Mr. Ferguson and I push this down onto our clients so they can get better and have better institutions, because ultimately that makes better students. So I'll let them answer, but to Dr. Stefano, there will be marketing dollars incorporated. There is a marketing plan that we're working on, but again, we had to get to this moment to see if we can put that into play.
Thank you. All right. I mean, that addresses the concern, essentially, right? I mean, it wasn't there, but it presumably in the works and will be part of the budget, if that's...
Correct.
I think,
Let me ask you guys something to kind of tack onto that, if you will. Pardon me. Are you treating this like a separate business?
Yes.
Do you have your own standalone P&L for this business?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a person that you have empowered to operate and grow this business?
An individual, one individual. We have a team.
Obviously, if you guys have 20 other locations of your existing business, it can't be you who's trying to operate and do this business. Let's be honest.
We have 2 corporate team members that grow it.
And do they have other jobs in addition to this, or is this their primary?
It's in jobs within our company. So
local at our office to here.
So here's my recommendation to you on this. If I'm not going to speak for the other commissioners, but hypothetically, if you move forward with this, you guys don't sound like the kind of people who do things half-ass, and it sounds like you've kind of tiptoed and tinkered into this and thought about doing it. And it doesn't sound like you're extraordinarily or you haven't been extraordinarily committed to it, because you got to have somebody who lives, eats, and breathes this to grow this business. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be a cash drain on you. The license fees alone, the time for coming to these meetings, the engagement with consultants and attorneys. I mean, you guys are at an NOL right now, right? You're not making money right now. And you got to have somebody who is growing this to cover not just the direct, but all this intangible loss of productivity and costs associated with being a licensed school. So if we move forward with this, you got to pick somebody and you got to incentivize that person and say, you are here to grow this business. It is a separate and completely freestanding from the rest of our industry. You may share space, you may know everybody who's on those other teams, but you can't share a cash register with these businesses and think that it's just supplemental to your operations, because then it's just going to be a distraction. And it's not going to grow. And then a year from now, we're going to be back in here. You're going to have 2 or 3 students, and it's still going to be a distraction for you guys. So that's I want to know your thoughts on that. And I'm not telling you got to go all in on things, even though I am an all or nothing kind of guy. But I think more than just a commitment to the long-term success, you got to formalize the commitment in how you're going to execute and grow it, right? To say you're going to have marketing dollars is great, but who's doing that marketing? Who's coming up with their strategy? Who's deploying those dollars? And y'all sound busy. You know what I mean? Can't be you two.
So I think Mr. Stefano kind of touched on it, how intertwined this business actually kind of is with our med spas. So to give you an example, the 10 plus people we have right now interested, we did zero marketing for, and the reason is because they know who we are. So in the industry in this area, we have 6 locations within 45 minutes of each other. So people know, they talk. We've got a ridiculous amount of clients on all of our books, all of our providers, employees, whatnot. So that alone has been great advertising. So I only bring that up because it's a little different than I think the, mom and pop, just opening up a barber salon or trying to do this on their own. We've been very fortunate that we've had some of that to write off of. We do, like Mr. George mentioned, have a marketing plan in place. We've not really done it because we wanted to make sure that we had everybody's blessing first before we dumped marketing dollars into it. But there is a marketing strategy too. I agree with you, what you mentioned, though. We should have, I think, one go-to person. We have more of kind of a team. And so we have an instructor. We have 2 people on our corporate board that are manager overseeing. But here's one go-to, I think that's actually a great suggestion, because a lot of our stores have a manager that directly manages that store. Why do not we have a babysitter just on this store too? Which isn't hard for us to get. We can have someone like that. Because you're right, it can't be us. I agree.
No. Totally.
Yeah, to spread, I'm sure that there's a more eloquent way of saying this, but spreading accountability around, it means there's no accountability.
I agree.
There's got to be a single conduit, a person that is ultimately responsible for saying this is, I am the reason that this is going to succeed or fail. Right?
Absolutely understood. Yep.
I'll also just note how much I appreciate you guys coming out of the gate, acknowledging I wasn't at the meeting in July, and I didn't get to hear that, but making that acknowledgement and offering up those apologies goes a long way. I think the world is filled with folks who refuse to accept that the life they have is the life they chose, and it's always everybody else's fault, right? Mm-hmm. So thank you for coming out of the gate with that. I think this conversation would have gone differently had you not started with that, and I appreciate it. I'd like to ask the commissioners what their thoughts are on how we.
I have one question before we go down that path.
Please.
Have we? Is everything up to date now? Because I'm a little bit confused when I saw the deficiencies, and I'm not sure if everything has been submitted. So I don't know if staff has gotten everything to this date, especially some of the financials, because some of the ones I saw were from 2021. And we're looking at really 2024 we should be looking at. So I wasn't sure where we're at with some of that.
I had similar questions.
I did submit all that, Commissioner Litvak. Okay. I know that Mr. Bowman was pressed for time last week, but everything was updated. There were they had a CPA that Mr. Ferguson and I were not convinced of. And that CPA is now no longer in their picture. That person's gone, and they got a new CPA that's independent outside. So we had to get those financials updated, which I apologize it took so long, but we did get those in as a Friday.
And commissioners, I will
Yeah.
be happy to speak to those questions. So this institution submitted documents responsive to those deficiencies that were identified in their August 1st, 2025 Notice of Intent to Deny on October 14th and 17th. They also provided updated financials and requested documents on November 13th that satisfied all remaining deficiencies. So at this time, the institution has cured all of the deficiencies that were noted in that Notice of Intent to Deny, and the staff recommendation is to grant the annual license, which shall remain active and valid for up through March 31st, 2026, upon the following contingency being met: completion of an on-site visit and report by commission staff to determine compliance with the commission standards of Chapter 6E Florida Administrative Code with any identified deficiencies corrected, and then delegate the authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the contingency is timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerked order. And of note with that as well, this institution is on a March renewal date. So their next annual renewal would be in March of 2026, and all of those applications, the applications for that date are due by December 1st. So just for the institution, if the commission does go forward with the staff recommendation, just putting that on the radar of the institution itself, that application is due by December 1st.
Yeah, so that's a great point, guys. That's a week from Monday.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Williams, we've already started to gather the documents for the annual license application. So we don't put our cart before the horse. But
yeah, I just didn't want to set ourselves up for failure here. Right?
No, we're working on it. It'll be in by December 1st. Yep.
At the gym, we call that a superset.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Commissioner Litvak,
I'm good to make a motion to accept staff recommendations then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we have a motion to accept staff recommendations. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And guys, I would just say spend this next 10 days getting this complete and right, so that once we hit that deadline, you know that March is smooth sailing and we're not in the same boat again, having the same conversation about deficiencies and contingencies for March. I don't remember whether that one's in person or not.
It is.
But it's still it is. Yeah. So we would, I would encourage you guys to come see us on that meeting so that we can kind of create a continuum that allows it to smooth out over time. And we appreciate you guys being here today and having the robust conversation. And good luck over the next 10 days getting those ducks in a row.
Thank you.
Thank you
Not a strategy.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Yes, thank you.
We won't disappoint you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, let's circle back around.
Before we do that, Chair Williams, can we have a vote to delegate to the chair the authority to review and to sign the final order in that matter?
Yeah, can I get a motion to delegate to the chair to review and sign the final order?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. All right, so let's go back to the number one. Hopefully.
And Chair Williams, before we go back to, the representative from Aleve has let us know that he is having difficulty getting to a camera at this time. So he is actually driving back to his institution in order to appear on camera. So if I may ask that we move on to another section, he will let us know when he arrives at his institution, and then we will bring them back in front of the commission once he's settled.
That sounds great. Mr. and Ms. Sig, you guys enjoy your day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, then we will move on to section 12. There are 3 items in the improper school closure. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Director, I don't believe you had any to pull from this. Is that still the case?
I do not.
Commissioner Caballero, do you have any to pull?
None. Thank you.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
All right. I have none as well. Then if there is someone on the line from any of these three, would you please raise your digital hand before we take a motion on staff recommendations? And I don't want to skip over any representatives from these three schools who might be.
There is no one on the line.
Okay, perfect. Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 3 in section 12?
So move.
Moved
Seconded.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Section 13, there are 7 items in here. Director, I failed to write down individually here. I wrote the words "do better" at the top of this for some reason, and I can't remember why. So I think we're taking these individually.
Chair, you can choose if you would like to take these individually. These are the institutions that have progress reports that were due back to the commission, not necessarily ordering them to come back in person.
That's why I
So
wrote "do better." Yeah. Okay.
So we're going to take them by consent then instead?
I don't have notes on any of these, so I'll give you guys the opportunity to say one way or the other. Do I have a motion to accept items 1 through 7 in section 13 by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded.
And seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you have any that you wanted to pull from here?
number 5, please.
Oh, awesome. Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional?
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
I'm sorry?
None at this time.
None. I thought you said one.
No, none at this time.
Commissioner Giuliano?
Number 7.
Yes, sir. And Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Okay, then do I have a motion to accept items 1 through 4 and 6 in section 13?
So move.
Seconded.
And seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Then let's move to number 5, which is Medical Institute of Palm Beach, Green Acres, number 3263. Director, I think this was yours.
It is, and I believe we have the institution on the line to speak to it.
Hi, good morning. Sorry.
So
Oh,
for the
that's us.
institution, you may have more than one device in the same room turned on right now. So if you can ensure that only one device is on, that will help with the feedback issue.
Otherwise, it makes you sound like Lou Gehrig. All right. Can you hear us okay? For those on the line? Hello?
She is still on the line.
Ma'am, are you there?
Miss Lozada, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. You still have a little bit of feedback, which may mean that you have more than one device in the room.
Right now, I just have my phone. That's it.
Do you have a laptop near you?
Yeah.
It may be that you're being picked up from both.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
let
You
me-
just mute one of those 2 devices.
The sound.
Yeah, that sounds a little better.
Okay.
Would you mind introducing yourself and your affiliation with the school, please? Director, I can't see whether she's muted or unmuted.
She's unmuted on our side. She might have muted herself on her side. So, Ms. Lozado, you only need to unmute one of your devices. So if you'll unmute either your cell or the laptop, then we'll be able to hear you. It appears that maybe you've muted both on your side at this point.
Okay. Well, ma'am, we're going to open the floor to discussion perhaps while we sort through that, Director, or do you want to wait and circle back around after number 7?
I would like to circle back to this one. So if we can move to number 7 and then see if she can rejoin.
Absolutely. Number 7 is Royal Dental Academy, Boca Raton, number 9104. If you hear from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. Do we
Good
have
morning. Good morning.
Hi.
Could you guys hear me? Good morning. How are you?
Very well. We can hear you indeed. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Sigrid, and I'm the director and owner of Royal Dental Academy.
Well, thank you very much, commissioners. We have a discussion and questions or comments.
Yeah, I pulled this one. Obviously, I wasn't, being new, I wasn't here for this whole discussion. But I noticed in their last reported data that I saw, they had a 0% graduation rate, which is what brings them here to have an improvement plan. I also noticed they had a 100% placement rate. In the same period, they reported a 0% graduation rate. So I'm not sure how that happens. But furthermore, their graduation plan was a little shaky to me. It's just a small chart that talks about, in general, some things, but it doesn't really address how the graduation rate is changing, if it's better now, if it's worse now. I mean, obviously it can't be worse than 0, but I would just like the school to give us a summary of how things are going to date and how they're implementing their graduation plan and whether that has improved at all.
Thank you. If you notice that it says 0% placement, it is because that was my first time adding the data in the system. And by mistake, I placed enter without placing the number correctly. Once that is done, you cannot go back and redo it. So when I emailed my rep at that time, it took a while for her to come back to me and modify that. That's why you see that discrepancy from 0 to 100 or 98%, which is right now or 99%, which is my placement rate currently. The meeting today, I believe it was because of the change of the name of the institution. I've been sent my applications many times for my annual license. So when they asked me to send them my graduation plan, it was just an addition of what is already implemented at this moment. All my students have been successfully graduating. And I'm not just teaching them about dentistry, but I'm transforming their life. So that's why I want to change the name to Bright Path Dental Academy. I thought that's what the meeting was today about.
Well, I guess I'm going to lean on staff.
But I can ask any of your questions.
I'm going to lean on staff for this one because I thought we're here for a graduation plan.
Commissioners and institution, you are here for a graduation plan. So we will handle her name change separately. I do not believe that one is on this meeting, but what is in front of you today is her progress report for this, and that is accepting her graduation progress report, and that is the one where the 23-24 numbers were reported as 0% for the graduation report. So for the institution, I know that you stated that you updated the dates. Could you check to see for 23-24, did you update your 801 for 23-24, or are you speaking to your 24-25 801?
I was talking for the 2024-25 has been improved.
Okay, and what is your current rate for the 24-25?
With 99% placement right now.
And what is your graduation?
100% is my graduation. This semester, this year, I have not had any issues with graduating. And you will see that in the report. I think, did I lose you? I can't see you.
We still have you. Thank you. And so and just to be clear on our side, for the 23-24, you're representing that the 0% graduation rate was an error entry into the 801 form of our commission system, and that it is not the accurate percentage that should have been reflected?
Correct.
Okay.
That was a mistake that I did, correct.
Okay, so what I will need you to do for that, if you will reach out to your program specialist, and it seems like maybe you corrected your placement rate, but not your graduation rates. So we will need you to reach out to your program specialist and speak to them about opening up that portal again so you can correct the 23-24 graduation rate as well.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much, Tiffany.
And are you saying that 23-24 graduation rate should have been 100%?
I don't remember exactly. It wasn't that. It was less than that. That was my first year of graduating my students.
Okay.
It wasn't that. So it was my first time doing it, and it was an error.
Okay.
I will reach out to my rep.
High enough that it wouldn't be a problem?
No, after that, it wasn't a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your current graduation rate? Where are you at today?
My graduation, it's a 99%.
Okay. Mm-hmm. How many students do you have? Because that's a little bit odd of a number.
14 students.
So how many students, when you're looking at that 99%, how did you get to that number? How many students did you start with, and how many students did you end with then?
I started with, my class started with 5 students. I finished that year with 16 or 18 students, and they all graduate. They're from 2024 to 2025. This year, because I start from July, I have right now currently 14 students. And my graduation, it will be January. They graduate in this semester in January.
I would just take a look at those numbers, because like a 99% is a very odd number to try to get there. It'd be very difficult, especially with the limited enrollment that you have. I'm not sure.
You know what? You're right, because I'm confusing with my placement. 99% is my placement. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And even that's a little bit of a strange number, because if you have like 15 students graduating, you really can't get to 99%. Like to get to like a 99%, you have to have like hundreds of students. So mathematically speaking, you may want to take a look at these numbers, because they don't seem to be adding up. At least I can't figure out statistically when I'm looking at this off the top of my head how that would work. It's possible, but not probable, as I would say.
All right, I'll check that out. Go over
Yeah,
that.
it's very important that you report accurate numbers to the commission, and that we have those numbers to ensure the quality of the programs that we're looking at.
Sure.
And commissioners, she has been ordered to provide another graduation progress report in March of 2026, so we can check on it again. At that point, she should have updated her 23-24 numbers, and we should have her 24-25 numbers. Those are due at the end of November, so November 30th. So we will have both of those at the March meeting, and then she will be providing a progress report. And ma'am, I know the progress report that you sent to us is very bare bones. It just has some information in it related to how it almost looks like how your students are graduating from the program, but not your progress and ensuring those students are graduated. So when you provide your report for March, if you will include some data in it about, where you were as far as percentages go, where you're planning to be, and what strategies you're implementing to get to a higher percentage, we would appreciate that kind of information.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Thank you.
And Director Hurst, if I remember right, the system now automatically help them calculate it, correct?
She does not have to do the calculations herself. She will put it into the 801 form, and we will do the calculations for her.
Perfect.
Now, Director Hurst, not to go back over this, but if she's saying her 0% was an error and her actual number was above benchmark, does she even need to be on a graduation plan? So I guess we have to figure out what those actual numbers are, because she got put on this plan because she reported a 0, but she's saying it wasn't 0.
Correct. So my recommendation would be to leave her on the progress report, because she'll only have one more. She comes back in March for that. But because we don't have the corrected 23-24 numbers in our system, nor do I actually have the 24-25 numbers yet in front of me, we would like to actually see it in the system instead of, I appreciate her telling us, but we would like to see it in the system as well.
Okay.
Okay, so could we recap so I can write my notes here? I know you said that in March 2026 is coming, my new progress report, and you want to see there a little bit more of data, you said. What else you said, if you don't mind repeating so I can write it down?
Yes, ma'am. So if you will go back into your system, reach out to your program specialist, go ahead and ask her to reopen your portal for 23-24. Correct your graduation rate for 23-24. You can also, if you have any issues with your placement rate, you can correct that at the same time. And then you need to submit your 24-25 data by November 30th of 2025. So you have a couple more days to do that. If you will put both of those in the system, and then when you write your progress report will be based on that 23-24 and 24-25 data. So you'll include things like what your percentages were in 23-24 and 24-25, and how you're going to, what strategies you're implementing to improve your graduation report, your graduation rates. And it may be that if you're really high and you don't need additional strategies, it could be as simply as, I entered the information incorrectly into the 801 form, I have corrected the data, but we will continue to do these strategies to ensure that we maintain a high graduation percentage. So we just need to know what you're doing behind the scenes to ensure that your students are graduating. And if they're not graduating to the level that they should be, that you're going to implement some strategies to get your percentage of graduation up where it needs to be.
Okay. The data, the information from the data, I send it, the form 801, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So I did send it for my application for my annual license on 2024. I have it in front of me.
Are you printing it out? Or are you actually filling
it?
Okay, so that's what it is.
This one was sent to the commission.
Okay, so
it was sent, I'm sorry.
What I need you to do, it sounds like you're printing out maybe the 801 and writing the numbers down, and our staff can't go in and do it for you for your institutional login. So I'll need you to enter into your institutional login through our CIE main page. It's on the left-hand side. And then when you put your login information, your username, your password, then you'll be able to go into your 801 form and you can actually complete it yourself.
Yeah, I'm just reading you from 2023, the correct form that I sent it to them. So I don't know, you seems like you guys don't have it, but I did send it. I was just looking into my folder. I will do that for this year, of course, but I was just reading what I had sent before. That's all.
Sure, and our staff will be happy to help you with this, so just let us know how we can help, and we'll be happy to walk you through it and get your numbers in the portal.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So do we need a motion to accept the report? Or no?
Yeah, are there, based on this conversation, are there revisions to your recommendation, Director?
There are not. I would recommend accepting the report that she submitted, and then we will revisit this in March.
Okay, then do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
I'll make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Yeah. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. And Director, do you want to loop back around to number 5?
Yes, please.
That would be Medical Institute of Palm Beach Green Acres, number 3263. Do we have someone on the line perhaps who can raise their digital hand, unmute, and introduce themselves? Bueller.
Miss Lozado is on the line, but I believe she is muted on her end. Oh, no, she just dropped off. Give her just 1 second to see if she might be trying to re-log in.
While we wait for that, let me just say how awesome it is to have Commissioner Litt back here today. We missed you yesterday.
Unfortunately, I was going through a reaffirmation, but it did go very well for our college. I know you've been through that. It was our exit interview.
Yeah, well, it was not a boring day yesterday.
I heard.
It'd been nice to have you.
And I believe Miss Lozado has joined. I thought I heard something in the background. Miss Lozado, are you there? Yeah,
No.
Yeah, I think she might be having some technical difficulties. And what is in front of you today, Commissioners, is we are recommending accepting the remediation plan progress report for Medical Institute of... Miss Lozardo, it appears you have a bad connection.
Director, you were saying?
Yes. So what is in front of you is for the remediation report, and Ms. Lozardo was ordered to appear back from our September 2025 meeting due to questions related to her PN improvement plan. That is on page 3 of your summary sheet, was the original. We had some questions related to her statements in the plan, particularly on the last page of that plan, where it stated that her Q3 total was around 82% for this program, but that was not matching what the Florida Board of Nursing was reporting under their website. And she has provided an updated remediation plan, which appears to correct that 82%. That's on page 92 of your actual summary sheet. But we just wanted to talk to her about her progress related to this particular PN program. Her rates currently for 2025 are 45.1%.
Yeah, with 51 testers and 23 passers.
That's a decent sample size there. Does the update that you received change your staff recommendation in any way?
We would accept the remediation plan because she has updated it and provided additional information for it, but we were interested in her providing kind of an explanation for that first remediation.
And when is the...
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Hey, there you are.
I'm sorry. I had to call from my cell phone. I couldn't get my computer to work. I apologize.
Well, we can hear you great now. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Awesome.
I,
Well, I don't know if you were able to hear the discussion that was happening while you were moving from one device to the other. Director, perhaps you can re-summarize what we were just saying?
Yes. So at the September 2025 meeting, this institution was providing a progress report for their remediation plan. And this was for their PN program and their CNA program. And the commissioners had some concerns related to the PN improvement plan that was provided, specifically the end of that PN program, which stated that the third quarter results reflected an 82% pass rates, and that did not align with the Florida Board of Nursing pass rates, which are currently showing through 2025 of 45%. So you did provide an updated remediation plan to us, but we just wanted to speak to you about where that 82% came from and where you are currently with remediation in this plan, this program, and where you intend to go.
Well, the 82% absolutely must have been a typo, so I apologize for that. For that second quarter, I believe it was pretty low. We started our improvement plan, putting it in place, and we started to see great improvement. Going back to when we had the lower pass rates, we were noticing a trend of people that our students, once they graduate, we really have no way of telling them when they need to take their NCLEX exam. So reviewing all the students that took it, 22 out of 28 who took their test within the first 6 months of graduation passed their boards. Currently, in the past 2 quarters, we had a total of 6 students that waited 2 or more years to take their boards. They failed. So moving forward, we came up with a plan where in the last few weeks of school, we do a comprehensive review, and we encourage them to prepare for their registration immediately. So we're starting to see the results of it in this quarter. So far, we've had 10 out of 10 pass. We have not had a failure. So we're seeing a very big improvement in our numbers for this quarter.
Ma'am, what's your current enrollment?
99 LPNs.
And how many students do you have outstanding waiting to take the test?
Currently, I could tell you 1 second. I just have to pull my spreadsheet up. There's actually quite a few coming up that recently graduated within the past since August.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I figured you were going to say that.
So we have now 5 waiting to take their boards for December. And they all just graduated at the end of October. So unfortunately, I wish there was a way that, once they graduate, there's a requirement for them to take their boards within a certain amount of time, because you don't remember everything. So, like I said, reviewing, going back through each and every quarter, looking when they graduated and when they took their test. Some people waited a year, 2 years. We had 4 that came through that waited over 3 years to take their boards.
So I actually, oversee PN programs and RN programs. One of the suggestions I can provide to you is that what we put in place a long time ago is that the college will pay for as a gift the registration fee for the NCLEX. And so when they have met all requirements and they have graduated, we will immediately sit down with them, sign them up, and pay for the NCLEX, and that will register them for a date within normally 2 to 6 weeks, depending upon the NCSBN's process. And that really then solves probably 99% of the problem. Every once in a while, someone will slip through. We'll see someone 3 years later, but that's the exception. And normally someone even 3 years later is still calling us, because then they need to still get the paperwork for the Board of Nursing. And then we encourage them to come back in. We offer them free education, free training, free additional things that we can do to get them ready once more. Those are some things that help.
I do like that. We were considering that. We've been talking about, like you said, paying for their registration, because sometimes, like you said, money is an issue for them. So we've been going back, anyone who hasn't taken their boards yet, that graduated over 6 months ago, we have them come back, and at the end of our program, we have a 5-week comprehensive review. So we'll have them come back if they're interested to take that and for free at no cost. So that's been helping as well.
Hey, I'm going to address an elephant.
We're excited where we're headed. I'm sorry?
Well, I'm going to address an elephant that's in the room, unfortunately, because I need to, is that in 2022, you had a 41.67% pass rate, 2023, 59.46, 2024, 48.28, and this year you're currently at a 41.10. Mathematically speaking, I think it's almost impossible for you guys, again, to kind of hit that 10% below the national average. National average is, I'm going to say it could be a little off, but I thought it was around 87%, maybe it's 85% for the PN at this time. So that will mean it's another year, which is your now 4th year. So the Board of Nursing I can't speak for them, but most likely will pull this program. And so my question then becomes, what are we doing to protect the students that are in with your program, and how are you preparing for this, for the potential loss of license that is highly probable?
Well, that's actually not in our plan. We plan on correcting this program. We did, Carl is here. He is the chief, I'm sorry. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Carl Williams, the Chief Operating Officer. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
So he made a partial, he's a 24% owner. We took over the school in April of 2022. So the students that started graduating after that, there was really not a whole lot in place for the program, unfortunately. We've added a lot to it. We're hiring better prepared teachers. We're doing a lot, and we're starting to see the improvements and the outcomes from it. This quarter, to be at 100%, for 10 students to take it and all 10 to pass, our plan is not to lose this program. We have another year. We are currently on probation. We do have another year. We're looking at having, we're working directly with, I'm sure you know ATI. We work directly with ATI now. They're helping us with our curriculum. They're helping us put certain things in place to make sure that these students are prepared to graduate. We look very closely at their grades. We meet with the students if they're struggling. We try to get ahead of the problem instead of them getting to the end and failing their boards. They're paying money to be here, and we want them to be competent, safe nurses and get their license.
But I will give you a warning about using third-party products. Be very careful with it, because you can do a quick search on the web. These products are great products. They have a lot of they have a good reliability, but they also highly compromise at times. So you need to watch that.
We know that.
Yep. So it comes down to the
students
school
have told us that.
Yeah, you are ultimately responsible, as we spoke to another group. It's on your shoulders to make sure your education and the progress of these students, and to ensure that. Yes, you might have one more year, but again, these results, we need to move them up. So, sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Levac, I think to your point, there's not enough students outstanding to take the test to change the average, given how many are there now. And she's going to close the year out with a 4th year, but well below the 10%, relative to national averages. So, ma'am, we're not doubting your intentions to make that happen. We just don't think it's mathematically possible for you to get that up before the end of the year. And no. I'm not as educated enough to know, Commissioner Levac, do you anticipate the Board of Nursing after a 4-year run taking action on that? Is that something we can talk about?
I cannot deny or confirm.
Is it standard? Do they say, hey,
it's not. A lot of times they'll continue a probation for another year, and in the 3rd year they will allow it to continue on appeal. But that, again, not to speak for the board, but again, the goal is you're on a good path with a 10 out of 10 pass rate. You need to be able to show that. But again, the first 2 or 3 quarters hurts you, right? And mathematically, you got to stack
Absolutely.
in the first part of the year. So,
Dr.
Which
Lynn,
we
there's
understand
no,
that. We
go ahead.
we went to the Board of Nursing and we presented our plan to them in February. That is when they put us on probation. Obviously, we have students that still had to take their test. So progressively, we are seeing an improvement. We know we're not going to get it at the end of the year. That, like you said, is mathematically impossible. But to see the numbers that we're getting for this quarter, when the students that were part of our improvement plan, we're seeing it's working.
well,
So
you're going
I'm
about it the
looking
right
forward to
way.
seeing-
There's a speed to
I'm
benefit
sorry?
from the shortest period of time between graduation and first attempt testing is the key but also remediation while still in school is the key, and having it baked into your last term of that being your green lighting process or whatever you're calling it, because when they graduate, life just becomes life and it gets in the way. And then to the comment that the other commissioner mentioned, but if you have the ability to pay for that NCLEX, it protects you and speeds up the process of taking that first attempt. So just a thought.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Are they on? I assume they're on. I know the documentation I have does not show their probation, but I assume that's just an oversight on the paperwork.
It's in there.
I submitted it.
Yeah, no, it's paperwork we got from CIE from the staff.
The program is on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing.
Yeah, it's in the exhibit.
Okay, I'm looking at
Under Exhibit 2.
Fine, thank you. Page I had just doesn't say that.
Well,
So I think we have, accepting the plan. A plan is one thing, how you implement it and how you get it done. We're trying to give you some encouragements, and also I think you do have to be realistic about this. If the Board of Nursing does not extend one more year, you need to start thinking about how you're going to be taking care of these students and teaching them out to get them where it is. And that's what I'm concerned about, is protecting those students. Because again, I know you have other programs and you're going to continue as a institution still, but please think about that, what will happen, and because there is a likelihood of that. I'm not saying it will happen. I hope it will not.
Of course, no. I mean, when we met with the Board of Nursing, we have from February to the end of this year, and then we have all of 2026. And then we return to them in February 2027. So I think within the next year, seeing the progress we've made just in this one quarter, I look forward to the continued progress. I don't foresee the program being shut down. I have faith that it's not that what we're doing is working. The things that we have put in place, we help students if they're having money issues. We're trying to see what's going on in their life that's preventing them from succeeding. So we've put a lot of things in place even outside of education, because we know, this is a different population of students that we have coming to our school. So
I would just highly encourage to try to see if you can pay for the NCLEX. That will work a little bit. And also just make sure if you're relying upon a third-party product, that it works for you, and have your checks and balances on that.
Absolutely. We are well aware of that. We have met with their security team, and of course, they convinced us that it's not there, but we are finding these tests online ourselves. So we do have a green light exam, what we create ourselves.
Okay.
Can you tell me what percentage of your total students are in the PN program?
That's our biggest program right now. I would say that's probably 60%. So really, this program is what's keeping the school running at this point.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. So, so this is super critical to the operation of the business. Absolutely. And the protection of all the rest of the students, that this program continues.
Right. Absolutely.
So I think we need to watch it carefully.
Yeah, to your point, Commissioner Giuliano, Director, when is this license up for renewal? I don't have that open in front of me right now.
They are May of 2026, and the
Right, so
institution
that-
is currently on provisional status.
Right, so that might work out well. So if I remember correctly, Board of Nursing will meet in February, which means they will not meet the cutoff for the March meeting, but that works out okay because these guys are on the May meeting anyway, right?
Yes.
So that puts us at being able to revisit this. I'll leave it to the commissioners to decide if we would like to, ask for some year-to-date updated numbers prior to that May meeting, just to keep fingers on what's happening here. Should the Board of Nursing allow them to continue, and obviously if they don't, we'll have to, consider that. What are your thoughts, Commissioner Litvak, on that?
In some ways, I guess, they have a plan. It seems like they're working on it. I'm not sure if I need them to come back. I would suggest that you look at your plan. The other item is, there's what you do in school, but also admissions and what your admission process looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't necessarily think they have to come back as much as I'm looking for more current information, because you know how it trails.
Oh, sure.
Right.
For me, I always just get the NCLEX report, so I kind of see it. So if we're just worried about the number of...
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
we'll see.
commissioners, this institution was ordered to report at the September 2025 meeting and January of 2026.
Okay.
So you will get one more progress report for them in January 2026, and then you will have their annual renewal in May of 2026.
That's helpful. Okay.
Well, I would almost suggest, I know January, it won't matter because we don't really have any numbers. And not this institution, but every institution, they're reporting on what they think their NCLEX might be, but not what it actually is, including my own school. Until you see the actual numbers, there are things that pop up that you're not aware of. Is there a way to move them from the January to the next meeting, which would be March?
That is completely up to the commissioners. It was from the original request for the September and January were from a clerked order from the May 31st, 2025 meeting. So you're welcome to instead instruct the school that you would like for them to file their progress report for the March of 2026 meeting, and we will note that for ourselves and the school.
And my timing's always off. So we did March. What would be the date that we're reporting on? Because the results come out in like February. Would that give them enough time?
Probably not.
Probably not. So our March meeting is at the very end of March, but we do send out the agenda roughly 10 to 14 days before that's done. So they would have to submit that report at the last possible moment would be the very beginning of March.
So it may be the deadline for the May meeting gives us a bigger sample set to consider.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that probably makes the most sense. It's just the May meeting, and let them work on getting this done, and much of it will matter before that. There's no meeting between March and May, right? I don't believe there is.
No.
Yeah.
No, there is not. So would you, and just so we're clear on our side, because we do have that clerked order that asks them to file a progress report for the January 2026 meeting, would you still like for them to provide us that progress report and then it'll appear at the January meeting?
From my point of view, I'm not sure if we can get anything. It's just going to be like a written report. I think these guys do have a handle. I think they are working towards progress. If the proof is in the puddings, COE has a saying, proof not promises. So, we'll see the proof come.
Well, she only said she had 5 outstanding, so at the most we're going to get in January was 5. Right.
Even at 100%.
And I don't have any more graduating classes until February. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I
yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt. So really in January, you'd probably hear the same thing from me,
Yeah.
except for those 5.
And anybody else who
Either
hasn't
way, I
taken the
mean, I have no
NCLEX up to
problem
that
with that.
point. Okay.
What was that, Commissioner Lynn?
Well, you also have other graduates, and you mentioned this before, people that have waited long periods of time before they took their first attempt. So even though you got new graduating classes, you still have outliers that have not taken the test that can also impact that number as well, positively or adversely.
True.
So then we don't necessarily need a January progress report. We just need to hit the deadline for the May with as up-to-date information as possible, right?
Yes, so the motion from the commissioners would then be to, if they would like to accept the remediation plan progress report that is in front of you and that she has attested to, and then for the record, state that the institution does not have to submit a January 2026 progress report.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations as noted by the director?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Ma'am, thank you for being here and talking through this with us, and thank you for overcoming the technical challenges. It's so much easier when we can have these conversations with you. Appreciate your diligence in navigating that.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the suggestions also. I appreciate it.
We will see you in May.
Good luck. Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Director, did we get the first informal hearing person back on the line before we move to a new section?
Yes, Chair Williams, we have not. They seem to be experiencing some sort of technical difficulties. This highlights the importance of the need to follow instructions. As you know, when
Counselor, how would you like to proceed with that?
So I would recommend continuing this hearing until January. Have them appear in person at an informal hearing in January. There's no rush.
Would you like for us to make a motion for that so that we could close that part out and get it behind us and move forward with the rest of the day?
I don't believe that there's any need for a motion or a vote as the chair.
Even to have them appear?
It's an informal hearing, so by definition, right? I mean, yeah.
Well, I just knew January.
They would be appearing in January. Yeah, so just to continue the informal hearing to January.
And Counselor, right now there is they can't continue enrollment, right?
No, they can because they timely filed a petition which stays the effectuation of the notice of intent.
Okay, so let me make sure I get this right. So we would be looking for a motion to continue the informal hearing for CIE Health Institute number 2662 until the January meeting.
That's correct.
My only concern then is like if they're allowed to continue to enroll and we have all these issues, should we allow that? Is there any other suggestion you have, Counselor, for us with this, or
I don't believe
that's your recommendation?
I don't believe that at this time the commission has any grounds to order a limitation of enrollment. The notice of intent has been issued, and the effectuation of that is stayed because they did timely file a petition for administrative review. And there are no special concerns which, in my opinion, would warrant emergency action, for example.
Okay, that gives me great comfort. Thank you.
Yeah, well, and to address your concerns, Litvack, why don't instead let's just say I'm looking for a motion to continue the informal hearing for Leave Health Institute number 2662 and order the licensee to appear in person at the January meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries.
Commissioners, we have an update. It appears that they are here after all.
Well, then I will make a motion to rescind the last motion.
Well, I didn't say that it carried yet.
You didn't carry it yet? Okay, fine.
All right.
Chair Williams, can we please break for 5 minutes, and then so we can confirm? So I would suggest that we break until 10:45.
Absolutely. Let's do until 10:50 and give everybody about 10 minutes to grab another cup of coffee. We'll come back on at 10:50.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director, just let me know when we are back live. I'm unable to see.
Commissioners, we are back from break.
All right, thank you very much, guys. To amend the previous conversation, we are indeed going to ask for a motion just to reiterate that we would be postponing the informal hearing for Alive Health Institute number 2662 until the January meeting and requesting the licensee to appear in person. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. I believe that closes out the informal hearing agenda items for the day, and we are going to be able to move into the meat of the agenda. Section B on the agenda is applications for provisional licensure. There are 19 items on this agenda, but number 19 has waived their 90 days and will not be considered at this meeting. Director, that's still accurate?
That is correct.
So the remaining 18 applications will be taken individually. The first among them is 18 Will CDL School Orlando, number 13500. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group, and I am here with a representative from 18 Wheel CDL School, Elena.
Hi, good morning. My name is Aliana Tishko Nogueira, and I'm the director and the owner of 18 Wheel CDL School.
Thank you for being here, both of you. How are you this morning?
Good.
I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you for having us.
Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendations that have 4 contingencies included on it and familiarize yourself with that?
Yes.
Do you have questions or comments about it?
No, sir.
Okay. I had just a couple of quick questions here. I'll congratulate you on putting together a pretty good catalog. The one thing that I'm wondering is, tell me how you're performing your theory training, or is that being outsourced via an online provider?
No, sir. It's not being outsourced. It's going to be in-house training, following the criteria needed to complete all necessary 40 hours.
Okay, so that theory is a 40-hour in-person theory?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And are you on the training provider registry for FMCSA for that?
Yes, sir.
Theory?
Yes.
Okay. I know that the catalog that I'm looking at still has references to online delivery.
No. Yeah, we signed a new one and it was sent over.
Okay, so what I'm looking at was
probably to in-person training.
Yep, because that is one of the 4 contingencies.
Mm-hmm.
And are you guys accepting or training students right now?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it just, I was looking at the ownership, and is it you and your husband?
Currently, yes.
You say that like you anticipate more owners.
Well, because we are currently not operating as a school at all. We are only a testing facility. So I am the third-party administrator, and my husband is the tester. So there's nobody else at our facility. So there could be no other answer at this time.
So are you the responsible party on that HSMV TPA contract?
Yes.
Good for you. Awesome. Okay. Do you have an approved modernized test track based on last summer's swap over?
That is correct.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you've got your ducks in a row there. And again, I'll applaud you on a good catalog. Thank you for being thoughtful for this. I know that you're paying attention to the news and that there's a lot of folks out there who don't take this seriously and they put all of us at risk. And
oh, absolutely. My husband has 10 years driving on the road, and it's definitely the priority, the safety.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I bet he has strong opinions about that as a tester as well.
Absolutely.
Do you feel confident about your occupational license, fire inspection, and et cetera, the other contingencies that you need within the 90 days of this clerk order?
Yes, they do. They've already been submitted. The occupational license is the only thing that we're waiting.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13500?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is granted. Congratulations. Good luck, madam. Okay, number 2 is Accelerated Academy Winter Haven, number 13472. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Keith Torres. I'm the Compliance Director for Accelerated Academy, and I'm pleased to be here.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Torres. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendation that includes 5 different contingencies that are to be met within the 90 days of the clerk order?
I did, yes. And actually, the next 3 schools on the agenda are our schools as well, and they're pretty much the same contingencies. So we probably could answer all 4 of them at the same time, if that's okay with you.
We can talk about them at the same time, but we're going to have to take 3 different motions, just so you'll know.
Gotcha. So yeah, the contingencies, I completely understand it. I did have one question specifically regarding to the criminal justice background checks. Because it's our same administrative staff for all of our schools, do we have to submit and pay the fees for each person for each school, even though they're being submitted at the same time? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's unique to the person and not unique to the school, right? So you should be able to run that once and then submit it for all, unless
that's what I was thinking as well, because they're not really going to do multiple background checks at the same time on one person.
Right. Well, and also the background check is going to be static, right? That could be applied to the schools as long as the dates and the recency of them of those checks can be applied. Unless counsel or director tells me otherwise, I see a background check as a background check, and it can then be applied to whichever license they're being placed.
That is correct. So when he completes those background checks, if he'll just let us know that those are the same administration for all of the schools and that they don't vary across those different locations, then we can apply that one to each location. But if he does have any administration that is different between these locations, he'll have to have the unique CGIS for each of those administrators.
Completely understood.
Each of these locations that we're talking about here, they're all under one entity, or do you have different standing entities for each?
No, they're all under one entity.
So you're just running DBAs out of each that are, well, it looks like your DBA is not even location specific, so it probably doesn't matter.
Right, yeah, we operate as Accelerated Academy across all of our different locations.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Then let's go through. We're going to end up, Mr. Torres, we're going to end up with 4 different motions we're going to have to make unless the council tells me I can name each license for numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I have no objection to 1 vote so long as you clearly indicate which institutions you're voting on.
Okay.
Have 1 vote.
All right, let me see if Mr. Torres, do you have a problem with us taking all of this with 1 motion with each of these?
No, sir.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Accelerated Academy numbers 13472, 13506, 13517, and 13473?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Those motions carry for each of these. Thank you for being here, Mr. Torres. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Next item on the agenda is CFI Truck Driving School, Fonatasasa 13249. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, good morning. My name is Bradley Borderline. I'm the owner and president of CFI Truck Driving School.
How are you today, sir?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Never better. Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendations that include 5 contingencies?
I have. I'm a little bit confused. I reached out to my coordinator for some direction on some of them. I believe we had a lot of that already done already, if I'm not mistaken. I do see that this is needed within the first 90 days, and so we are okay with that. But I just need to get with my coordinator to get more clarification on what is missing at this point.
Sure. So let's see, which one of the 5 do you feel like you had submitted, just for clarity?
So I believe we submitted number 1. We had all the curricula for the ELDT program submitted, the theory, the behind the wheel road, and the behind the wheel range. I also believe we submitted number 2. We had all the consistencies with the FMCSA registry, in the catalog, in the and of course in the program itself. And I believe we have also submitted number 4, a detailed description of how the theory portion of the program will be conducted through CDL Power Suite, which is our online provider for the ELDT theory training. Number 5, I do not have. I know I need to get the agreement. That is new. I know I need to get that from the other third party. But the other 3 that I mentioned, I believe we already had done.
All right. Let's take a look through. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm scrolling through some of your submissions here.
Sure, I know there was a lot of paperwork had to be submitted. So
well, and you and I are living in a very transitional time for this type of instruction, so things are moving fast and not necessarily getting communicated to all of us at the ground level consistently. And
Commissioner, I can shed some light on some of these, what we're looking for that we need clarification on our side. So with this, your school catalog, or the one that we have, is still indicating that theory training is occurring at your institution, and the title indicates that you're a full ELDT program, but then later it is indicated that theory is going to be done through CDL Power Site, and only the behind the wheel training will be done by your corporation. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy where we're kind of confused of who's doing the theory portion of this, who's doing the behind the wheel, and we need clarification from you in your submission of your updated catalog.
Ms. Broadway, are you doing theory in person, or are you doing it through CDL Power Suite?
Theory right now is conducted through CDL Power Suite.
Okay, and CDL Power Suite therefore is syncing with the TPR and registering your students as having completed that.
That's correct. Yeah, there's a credential login I have to give CDL Power Suite where they can submit the theory being done on behalf of our name to the FMCSA, but it is conducted online through them. Okay,
so Director, then is it then a asynchronous hybrid licensure that we've noted here? Because that's what's happening. Hello?
Commissioner, can you repeat your question, please?
I said, is this then asynchronous hybrid? Because some of this is at the student's pace conducted online, and then some of this is in person. Ms. Rodland, are you in the FMCSA TPR for theory?
We are. We have to be in order for CDL Power Suite to link the results to the FMCSA.
Right, but they're the ones submitting those results and as the certifying
That's
school, right?
correct, yes.
Okay. Just making sure that, because the rule would be whoever is actually performing it has to be the one submitting it.
Okay, I understand.
Right. So in other words, if they go and do CDL Power Suite on their own, you can't go and enter them to say that, you're the certifying official. That would, quite honestly, that's for your safety, because that kind of puts you as an exposure of certifying something that someone else did.
Sure. So there's an easy way around that for us. We can remove ourselves as providing ELDT theory on the FMCSA, and students will then have a direct access link to complete that themselves through Power Suite, and then they would link it themselves, and it would avoid us entirely for the theory portion.
That is the correct way to do it. I'm glad you and I are on the same page.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, and this is not just about those little small nuances as much as about the pending FMCSA audits are going to be paying close attention to that. So in a way, we're kind of looking out for you there. I hope you take it that way.
Really, that avoids us having to do a step 2 administratively with this, so that would actually help us out as well. So we can definitely make that change. I can get with CDL Power Suite and tell them that everyone going through theory is going to be through them themselves, and they would be required to submit it.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, not a problem.
Yep. We work with those guys too. They do a good job.
They do, yes, they do really well.
So, Director, my question was, is the provisional license noted as asynchronous and hybrid? Because that's what we're talking about, if I'm using those terms correctly, right?
It is not, because he is not doing any online. So that's what we were kind of over here trying to figure out. He's not doing anything online, and therefore he doesn't apply for the asynchronous or synchronous online portion.
That's true only if CDL Power Suite submits that theory themselves and not through his FMCSA TPR.
Correct. So that's where the confusion came in, as far as I think what he is. If he fixes it through the TPR and removes himself from theory, so that way the Power Suite's the one that is doing that, that would resolve that issue, and then he'll need to correct his catalog as well, and then if he can submit us the detailed description of how the theory of portion will only be done through CDL Power Suite, that'll clear all of that up. So then he will be an in-person school only. No theory, no online.
Mr. Borland, did that make sense?
Yes, that makes complete sense. We will remove everything that says ELDT theory, and I can definitely have the description about how the theory will be conducted and how we can check to make sure that it was done by the student.
Yeah, so I would suggest let's add the 6th contingency of removal of that theory from your TPR registration, and then the provisional license as it is here would be accurate, and I would feel confident in our ability to make a motion and pass, unless the director, is there any reason why we could just add that 6th contingency?
So we actually do have that as number 2. So it'll say demonstrate the consistency between the descriptions of ELDT programs, including their mode of delivery in the course catalog and the institution's listing on FMCSA trainer providing registry.
Okay.
So we can do it all underneath that one contingency. And then I guess the last question that we had was related to the name of the institution, the ELDT CDL Class A instruction, that we just wanted to confirm that the institution is not going to do any of the theory, and so that this will be clear to the students that he's only doing behind the wheel using that title.
That's a really good point. So that ELDT, sir, is a defined term in FMCSA's legal documents, I should say, and when they say ELDT, they mean the entirety of theory, range, and road. So by laying it out as ELDT, when you remove yourself from the TPR and have Jason and the team at CDL Power Suite do this, it really just becomes range and road for you. So we may need to alter that program description to indicate that. Does that make sense?
Yes, so we can change it to just say ELDT behind the wheel, which would then indicate just range and road at that point. That's not a problem.
Agreed. Yep.
And a question question regarding this. So does that mean, since we will be removing the theory portion from us, number 6, contingency number 6, we will not need that agreement with CDL Power Suite at that point, is it what I'm assuming?
That's right. Yeah. So what you would have in number 2, getting parity between how you're in the TPR and what's in your catalog would suffice.
Okay. Okay, no, that makes complete sense, and we can definitely get that done.
Okay, good deal.
And
All right.
Commissioner, just for staff purposes, for the entity, do you have the executed agreement with CDL Power Suite?
We do not have an executed agreement with CDL Power Suite.
Is CDL Power Suite the only entity that you will be using?
Yes.
And Director, if I may, that CDL Power Suite theory is publicly available. And if they're directing their students to complete it through there, they don't necessarily have to have a contract with them to do so, because you can just go to eldt.com and complete that without having an agreement with this individual institution.
Perfect. Then we would recommend removing number 5 from his contingency list.
So does
okay,
that make
number
sense
5, yep.
to you? Do you understand it to be the same as I just described it? Because I don't think I have an agreement with them. It's just publicly available.
No, that is correct. Students can go online themselves and they can purchase it themselves and complete the training through CDL Power Suite.
Right.
It's publicly available. So my recommendation to a student who does not already have the ELDT theory completed, we would recommend them to go to that site. That way they can do the ELDT themselves, and then they can provide us proof that it is completed with a certificate that they receive at the end.
Yeah. So I think the trick here, just as a side note, is you can without an agreement in place and without you can't require that they use Power Suite, since it's not going to be part of your program. If they completed it somewhere else, you still would accept them as a behind the wheel student, right?
Correct. Yes. So we would still accept them as behind the wheel student, but we would require some type of proof that shows that they completed the theory somewhere else.
Oh, they would have to be into the TPR to show that it had been completed, right?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct. So that would be considered.
So you can validate that by student, right? If they went somewhere else. Okay.
That is correct. Yep. So we could do it. We could do it that way as well. We could look at the TPR. We can see if they were actually completed as theory, because you can't complete a CDL road test until all 3 of them are completed. So we want to make sure that they are completed.
Let me just say what a pleasure it is to talk to somebody who has researched in their industry and knows what they're talking about. Thank you, sir. I got to say it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. A lot of changes have been happening with this over the past couple of years, so I try to make sure I'm up to date with everything I can be.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of changes still forthcoming, so we'll meet those head on together.
Understood.
So that means we will remove number 5 and leave the other 4. So, Commissioners, are there any other questions or comments?
Nope.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the removal of the 5th contingency for number 13249?
Commissioner, were you adding a 6 or you were not at this point?
No, we wouldn't.
Okay, fine.
We thought we might.
I got confused at that. All
Yeah,
right.
so just
Perfect.
1 through 4.
Chair
1 through 4.
Williams, did you want to add the contingency for him to update his program title to state ELDT behind the wheel?
Yeah, thank you for keeping me honest. Okay, so let me rephrase that. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to include contingencies number 1, 2, 3, and 4, removal of the existing 5th contingency, and the addition of a new 5th contingency, which would be altering the programmatic title to indicate behind the wheel only?
Motion.
In a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bordwine. We appreciate you.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. Have a great day.
Congratulations and good luck.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. So the next is Clearwater Medical Assistant School, number 13448. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand. unmute and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Haley Stevens. I'm the manager of school compliance at Zollege Healthcare Career School, who is the owner and operator of the school. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here, Ms. Stevens. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
Never better. Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendations that have 2 contingencies that we are taking motions on here today?
Yes, sir. We've reviewed them. The second one has been corrected and submitted. And the first one is that the city of Largo won't issue the business tax receipt until we have the school's license. So
there's a little bit of a chicken and the egg there, isn't there?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
I have a quick question on this one.
Yes, sir.
And I know this one is tied to a couple other ones later on in the same section. I see a parent company financial with a pretty significant loss. It looks like it's mostly expenses and no revenue. The schools have their separate audit, which shows, a nice little gain. I was just wondering the relationship between those two entities, because the loss in the management company is much larger than the gain in the schools. Can you explain how those two work together?
Yes, sir. So the direct owner and operator of the school is Zollege Healthcare Career School. And so the entity above that is not a revenue generating entity. So although that is the case, we have determined since then that those numbers are not accurate. We did actually have a gain on the management level, so we can definitely submit those corrected numbers to you after this.
That's a pretty big error.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
We have someone new from accounting helping us now. So, as you can imagine.
Let me ask you this. Are you guys housing your shared services, accounting, marketing, and things from that parent company? And the parent company is not realizing the revenue because the subsidiary entity is just a pass-through entity?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So they're carrying all their expenses at the parent level, and they're not recognizing the revenue till the end of the year. Commissioner Caballero, what do you want to see on this when they submit something revised so that this gets more clarity?
Well, thank you for clarifying that it's going to be corrected, but it's a human, and even you typically don't take into account, I don't know if you agree, Mr. Chair, a related party receivable as counted as so even the working capital would be significantly skewed. With that. I think if we would just get financial statements for each individual entity, it'll probably be for each individual license number. It'll be less confusing.
Yeah. So look, we don't have to see how they choose to file their tax returns is independent of how they present the information to us, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, Ms. Stevens, I think what we're saying is we need to see the performance of this individual licensed entity that includes its pro rata portion of its shared expenses, et cetera, because otherwise all we're seeing is the revenue coming in and we don't have any indication of its solvency or its ability to support students, et cetera. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. I understand. And we've prepared for that. So I will get all those updated numbers and documents to you shortly.
Okay.
And also a narrative statement to explain all of this, since it is a bit confusing, I admit.
Yeah, that would be helpful, because just so you'll know ongoing, we're obviously paying close attention to your working capital, your net income, and what the trends and trajectory that is on relative to your enrollment velocity, because that's what affects your ability to teach out those students if for some reason you fail or you stop collecting revenue. So we got to see it all housed in that one place. Obviously, you can show your parent company assets and explain their appetite for an ongoing loss if one is indeed realized. But to Commissioner Caballero's point, it doesn't give us an accurate snapshot of the actual performance unless we have it all housed within the entity P&L itself.
Yeah, especially since and maybe this is also a misstatement, but there's $1.6 million worth of advertising dumped in the management company, which is the company that's losing all the money, if that's exactly how it is. So, there's an issue there with the appearance that the school is dumping expenses into the management company so that the school's financials look better than they actually are.
I understand. And I've been assured that the correct compilation does not show a loss. So it should all make a lot more sense once we get it submitted. And I do apologize for the confusion on that. And I do appreciate you pointing it out because that would be something to take note of for sure.
Look, if it's a tax planning strategy, I am all about you guys keeping the most possible of the money that you have earned, right? I get it. So thanks for accommodating our ability to make that assessment by normalizing what you present in the future, and how you file your tax return is your business.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So is that a third contingency, commissioners?
Yeah, I mean, resubmission of the financials, I think, would be a third contingency.
Okay. Then, Madam, do you have any other questions or comments? Then I suppose the requested motion would be to accept staff recommendations with the existing 2 contingencies and the addition of a third contingency for the submission of updated and normalized financial statements for the operational entity. Do I have a motion?
So
moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Number 8 is Diverse Training Center, Haines City, number 13465. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Lacey Casanova. I am the president of Diverse Training Center, and with me joins Stacy Francis. She is admissions and student services in the Haines City campus. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you for having us here today. Happy Friday.
Thank you for being here, ladies. How are you this morning?
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Good. Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendation that has 1 contingency? And do you have any questions or comments about that?
Yes, we have, and we are ready to submit that contingency satisfaction as soon as we receive that clerk order. And no, we do not. I don't have any questions at the moment.
Neither do I.
Okay. Are you guys working? Are there employment institutions that you're developing partnerships with who are going to be hiring from among your student base?
Yes, we are. We are working with several institutions to get that in order for placement.
One is called the ESA Medical Center.
Yes. And we also are working in conversations with Advent Health and so forth.
Okay. Are those, do they have physical locations in or near Haines City, East Polk, where you are?
Yes, they do. One is located, it says Claremont, but it's still Davenport. It's just a street away. And Advent Health is part of Florida, also in Davenport.
Okay, good. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments for the ladies? All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13465?
Moved.
Seconded.
Dan seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, ladies. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend.
Yes, thank you.
Number 9 is East USA CDL Academy Fern Park, number 13538. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group, and I am here with 2 representatives.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Drinkon. I'm the director of the school.
Good morning. My name is Roy, and I'm the owner of the school.
Thanks for being here, guys. How are you this morning?
Doing very well, Commissioners. Thank you for having us.
It appears we've got two existing contingencies for the staff recommendations. Are you guys familiar with that? And let's talk about what questions or comments you might have.
I am familiar with the contingencies here. My understanding is they have been satisfied, and no, I don't have any further questions on them.
Okay. Director, I've got a question about the second contingencies, because we're asking for proof of that registration, but if I understood it correctly, FMCSA is now deferring to CIE before approving those applications. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yes, Commissioner, you are. Unfortunately, there is a cart for the horse.
In this situation, East USA Trucking does appear to be on the TPR. Currently, they have a notice of proposed removal issued because they did not currently have a CIA license while they were on the TPR. So once they are issued this, I believe that notice of proposed removal will go away from FMCSA.
Okay. Are you guys operational?
Thank you, Mr. Director. That is correct.
Are you operational in taking student enrollments?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Are you a third-party administrator for testing?
Yes, we are.
All right. Give me 1 second if you don't mind. There's one more thing I wanted to look at.
Not a problem. Take your time.
I wanted to clarify, you probably heard us talking earlier about online theory versus in-person theory. Can you give us some clarity on how you plan to execute that?
Our current plan is for in-class theory only, not online. It will be in person, but that is after we received approval from CIE, when we begin actual training in the school and taking on students.
Absolutely. All right. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 13538?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 10 is Elite Dental Assistant School of Broward, Coral Springs. Number 13464. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Harry Panoy. I'm the owner of the Dental Assistant School of Broward. Be happy to be here.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having us, sir.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendations we have before us today?
Yes.
Do you have questions or comments about those contingencies?
No.
The documentation for both contingencies were submitted earlier this week.
Okay. Well, yeah, obviously what we're looking at probably, it doesn't indicate any of the most recent, but thank you for that.
Commissioner Trey, there are 2 additional members on the call for your information.
Would you like to state your name for the record?
Yes, please. I am Polita Walters-Gillen, president of NBB Consulting, representing Elite Dental Assistant School.
And also Chad Hartman, consultant with NBB consultants also.
Awesome. Thank you all for your help and for being here. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13464?
Motion.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, John.
Thank you so much.
Number 11 is Empower School of Dental Assisting, North Lauderdale, 13503. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Sandra Davenport. I'm the president for Empower School of Dental Assistant, and I'm here with my husband, Dr. Dennis Grant, who is the owner.
Thank you both for being here today. How are you?
We're doing great so far.
Great.
Thank you for having us.
I'm going to make a note that the staff recommendations for, I think for the first time today, do not have any contingencies on what you have submitted.
Thank you.
So it sounds like you guys have it buttoned up. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, we do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're the first one of the day that hasn't had something outstanding. So good job on that.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? All right. Do you guys have any concerns that you'd like to address before we take a motion?
No, sir.
No, sir. Not at this time.
Outstanding. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13503?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Number 12 is Fayetteville Barber Academy, Jacksonville. I love that name, by the way. 13394. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning. Would you mind introducing yourself for the record, please?
Jamal Cato from Fayetteville Barber Academy.
How are you today, Mr. Cato?
Doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing really well. I saw the name of your institution on the agenda, and it made me smile because the back of my head is flat, and I can never get anybody to run a good fade on my hair. So if I'm in Jacksonville, I'll have
definitely
to
got
swing
to
by
stop
and see you. Yeah, Commissioner Litvak doesn't have that problem, but I still have to deal with it.
That's what I was going to say, commissioners. I don't have.
I beat you to it.
I cut my own hair.
Mr. Cato, are you familiar with the staff recommendations that include one contingency?
And that is?
It's the submission of interim financial statements prepared by a CPA.
Yeah, we submitted that to Mrs. Ashley Snick, and she said that she uploaded them already.
Okay, so it may be that those came in before the information that we had was compiled. And I think the concern was just making sure the working capital was sufficient to stand up your fixed costs during the time while you're trying to onboard students.
Right. And we submitted all of that.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Sir, do you have any questions or comments for the board?
No, I don't.
All right. Well, then thank you for getting those things submitted. I'll ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13394.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Next item is Florida Passion Beauty Academy, Lauderhill, number 13460. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand and mute and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. My name is Linda Lauscherman. How are you?
We are really well. Thank you for being here. How do I say your last name?
Lauscherman.
All right. Ms. Lauscherman, we appreciate your time. Are you familiar with the staff recommendation? I'll note that you're the second institution of the day who has not had a single contingency.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Yep. So it would appear that there's nothing outstanding, but we do want to give you the opportunity to ask questions or make comments if you have any.
At this moment, no, I do not have any questions, and I thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the parties that had helped me, my advisor, my CPA, and thank you to you all.
Well, thanks for navigating it completely prior to being here. You're in a growing and highly densely populated area of the state, so I'm confident you'll have a lot of customers to pull from.
Thank you,
And
sir.
students, I mean. All right, so commissioners, if you have no other questions or comments, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13460?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Number 14 is Gainesville Dental Assistant School, Gainesville number 13451. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. This is Haley Stevens again. I'll be representing this school and the following.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's look and see. Follow.
I think what we might just need to do is add that additional
Yes.
condition that we spoke about before with respect to updating of the financials for both
Yes.
the next for this school and 13449. Right.
Ms. Stevens, they're all going to fall under the same operational entity, or do each of these locations have their own entity?
They fall under the same.
Okay. So that should be pretty easy. It's going to get, I might ask Commissioner Caballero's insight on this. It's going to get challenging measuring school location performance when they're all compiled under one entity for our financial purposes, right? One of them could be bleeding cash and the other one propping it up, et cetera. Commissioners, y'all have thoughts on that?
I know sometimes in the past, they somewhere in the disclosures, they could separate by campus, something similar to what we do when we have to submit reports to the CIE, that we separate tuition by campus.
Sure.
Yeah, my college does the same thing. We do provide a breakdown by campus of the profit and losses.
Yeah. Ms. Stevens, does that make sense?
Yes, sir. We can certainly do that.
Yeah. Well, with an organization your size, that's probably just the click of a button in your accounting software. So hopefully,
yes,
we set it up that way right out of the gate. So we are, since we're doing this one and the next, let's just look through. So the first one has 3 contingencies with the obvious addition of the fourth, which would apply to this as well regarding normalizing the operational financial metrics. And then the next one is 8 different contingencies. Ms. Stevens, do you have questions or comments, or do you have updates on those for the next one as well? Then we can just compile these 2 into one motion is the reason why I'm addressing it now.
Yes, sir. So all of the revisions to the enrollment agreements and catalogs for both schools have already been submitted just recently, so it hasn't been updated here, of course. So those are all covered. We are still hiring instructors, so once we get those hired, we'll of course update everywhere necessary and submit the required documentation. The only thing that's still outstanding is the fire inspection for Jacksonville, the second school we're talking about. That has been scheduled, but of course, as soon as I get the report, I will submit it.
Okay.
We had the fire inspection report submitted, but it has since expired. So we just need to get in there and do another inspection.
Yeah. Based on my previous experience with licensees, Jacksonville and Duval County is all one municipality, and getting a fire inspection takes more than a smile up there.
Yeah. Yes, to say the least.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
All
glad we
right.
all feel the same way about that because we've experienced the same.
Yeah. Well, if there's no additional questions or comments, I'll say, let me phrase both of these together then. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 13451 with the existing 3 contingencies and the additional request for normalized financial, and number 13449 with the existing 8 contingencies plus the normalization of financial data?
Motion?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those motions carry. That motion carries. Thank you very much for being here. Do we have you again later in the day, Ms. Stevens? Is there anything else?
No, this is all for today.
All right. Well, then enjoy your weekend and your Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Likewise. Take care.
Next level barber school locale is number 13494. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Maria Vega, and I'm here with my husband, Ricardo Vega. I'm the director and owner, and my husband's the owner of Next Level Barber School.
Mr. and Ms. Vega, thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate your time. How are you?
Thank you. We're doing well. Nervous, but well. Thank you.
There's no reason to be nervous. We're just having a conversation. So do you guys have an existing, I'm going to call it retail barbershop, for lack of a better terminology, that you're planning to feed your students into as employees?
Yes. Our goal with the barber school, it's going to be a shared space of the barbershop that we currently have, and our goal is to be able to expand. There's currently a retail center that's going to be built right next to our neighborhood. It's a very growing area. So we're planning on expanding and having a barber shop and being able to employ the barber students coming out of the school.
Are you guys off Highway 200 just west of the interstate?
We are in Marion Oaks off the boulevard, the first barber shop on the first plaza on the right-hand side after the fountain.
That is a growing area indeed.
Yes.
All right. So the existing staff recommendations have 2 contingencies about an updated catalog and an updated enrollment agreements. You guys feel comfortable making sure that those are presented within the 90-day limit on the clerk order?
So yes, I wanted to get some clarification on that because on October 9th, there was a letter, with the deficiencies. And on October 15th, I was able to send that over and correct those 2 points. I will say that on one of the recommendations on 1B for the service menu, that service menu applies for the barber school, not the barber shop itself.
Okay. Director, I don't know when the cutoff was on the provision of these items. Was it prior to October 15th?
She may have submitted the corrections and then there were still issues with it. I don't have the document in front of me that she submitted, so I would leave the contingencies as is and we as staff can go look at them for her.
Ms. Vega, since it sounds like you probably already have these in hand, we can just leave these contingencies knowing it will be easy for you to rectify. You shouldn't, don't think just because they're here that that we don't have them. This data kind of leapfrogs and over cutoff dates, and it's highly likely that they already have the things that you're talking about, and then we can just rectify it on the other side of this meeting.
Okay, would you still like for me to remove the service menu, even though it pertains to the barbering school, not the barber shop itself?
Talk to me about this service menu. I have it up in front of me. How does it pertain to your school itself? Is your school going to be charging those prices?
Yes. So based on our experience and what we've researched, the barbering schools cannot charge full pricing for their services. So they're a very reduced, low cost price for each service because they're getting the clients are getting services done by students.
Yeah. So it's a separate menu of services at a different price because it's not a certified barber, right?
Yes, yes. And this is the cost is for the clients who are coming in to support the barbering students.
Right. Yeah. Director, does that satisfy your question?
I think so. Let me ask one more follow-up. So if say an individual comes into your entity, because you have kind of your hybrid barber shop and then this barber school, and they choose to have a student do the cut for them, and so it's coming from the barber school service menu, is the payment from the individual going into the shop, the barber shop, or is it being paid to the barber school?
The barber school. So the barber shop, the hours, they will be at the barber shop hours and the barbering school are two separate. So the school will be operating after the barber school, the barber shop hours. So there'll be a difference, but any revenue generated from the barbering school is going to the school itself.
So let me make sure I heard you correctly. So you're not going to have blended service offerings. The
No,
school offering
it's two
is only
separated.
after the other is closed?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So based on that discussion, she does not have to remove the service menu as it applies only to the barber shop itself.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I suppose depending on the level of your candidate and your student is just what someone's willing to roll the dice on saving those dollars, right? Like how their hair may turn out.
I'm so sorry. My service is kind of lagging. Do you mind repeating that?
No, I'm just commenting on saying that they can choose if they want to come during a later hour to pay less money and then a less
Absolutely.
experienced person,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Chair Williams, could we have a word of clarification on whether students are being remunerated for performing those haircuts?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Can we have a clarification on whether the payment, any payment is going to students for performing those services?
No, they will not be going to the students.
Okay. Do you have concerns about that, Counselor?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well then it sounds like we can leave. Do we need to alter that contingency, Director, based on what you?
So we could remove, so number 1 will still stand, but the section B, where we said removal of the service menu as it only applies to the barber shop itself, B can be removed.
Okay. Ms. Fay, do you understand that?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the director for number 13494?
Motion.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 17, Ocean Point Dental Assisting Academy of Naples, number 13359. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sonia Rocha, and I am the owner of Excel Dental Assisting School, Inc., doing business as Ocean Point Dental Assisting Academy of Naples. And I'm here with Denise Beeman. She is our administrative assistant and our marketing director.
Thank you both for being here. Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendation with 3 contingencies that we're taking motions on?
We have received the recommendation on the CPA and has been submitted, and it meets the regulatory requirements, sir.
Okay, that's possible that that came after the cutoff date for the information we have here. So, commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
I just had one or two. I was just trying to figure out. So you have a program. I think it's 130 clock hours you were looking at, and it looked like
Yes.
it might be seeking expanded functions also. And again, I am no expert in this space, so I will not hold myself out to be. But it seemed like a very lower number of hours than I normally would see in programs like this. Is it that you're just doing a specialty, or are you both doing the entry plus a specialty?
What I'm doing is preparing the dental assistants for success. And I understand from having interns in my practice coming in and not necessarily having all the information they need to succeed. And then I've been training them after they went through school. So my objective is to have them really, really well trained, not only on the forehand dentistry, but as well as the software, latest technology, and everything that is going to provide them the future that they're looking for.
And out of the 130 hours, how much is externship versus actual didactic?
The externship is 40 hours.
Okay. Again, it's up to you. I just thought it appeared a little low to me compared to what we normally see. But if you feel like you could do it like that, I say please. It was just something you may want to look at if you ever think about going forward for some sort of accreditation. You may want to look at what their criteria might be also in the specialized space. So
okay.
The only other question I had and this was not for the school, but for the director, was do we need a contingency on there that is theory only again, like we normally state, just so that, or in the order when we grant it, that externships cannot be done digitally? But we don't need that for this.
The externship is done in person at the dental office.
No, this is more for Director Hurst.
So, Commissioner, at the very bottom of your...
Did I miss it again?
It's at the very bottom of your, the staff recommendation is
I
grant
see
approval.
it now.
Is that what you needed?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
You're
I just
welcome.
missed it. You know, I can't read today anymore, so so that's it. That was my only question. Everything else was good. As I said, just 130 hours seems a little low to me, but if you believe you can do it, I say, please.
Okay, thank you.
If no additional questions or comments, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13359?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, ma'am. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
The next item is United CDL Academy Orlando, number 13299. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Morning, commissioners and staff. Actually, good afternoon almost. This is Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group. I am here with two representatives.
My name is Luis Delgado. I'm the operation manager for United CDL Academy.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyra Kadun. I am the owner of United CDL Academy.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your time. Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendations that include 3 contingencies?
Yes, we have, and thank you for having us.
Do you guys have any questions or comments about those? Looks like a couple of them are just checks and fees, and I know that sometimes because those are sent to the FDOE, it takes some time for that to be recognized.
Yes, Commissioner, the contingencies there have been satisfied.
And Chair Williams. I can confirm that for numbers 1 and 2, the submission of the outstanding application fees and the submission of payment to the SPF, those fees have cleared on November the 6th. So both contingency number 1 and number 2 can be removed for this institution.
Outstanding. All right. So the third contingency being revision to the program title of the Class B passenger endorsement. Does that requirement make sense to you guys? Why that is a contingency?
Yes, correct. That's also been worked.
Okay. I just wanted, let's make sure we're all on the same page before you submit that. So all passenger is a Class B, but not all Class B is a passenger. So passenger is, an endorsement training separate from the Class B training. It is inclusive of the Class B training, but separate from. And school bus is even different from passenger. So just making sure we're outlining what the intent of that is. So can you tell me about this passenger training that you're planning to do? Because if it is inclusive of the Class B training, you're doing it in the same amount of time as the regular Class B. I want to understand how the curriculum for those two differ.
Mr. Chair, they are nodding their heads as understanding. I'm going to pass it on to them to explain further.
Hey, I'm sorry we can't do this in person. It's so much easier to talk when we can see each other, but thanks for the discussion.
Oh, would you be able to ask that question one more time so that the gentleman that's going to answer it is going to be able to explain?
Yeah, so all passenger is Class B, but not all Class B is passenger, but you have the same amount of hours for the passenger training as regular Class B, where there is additional training that goes into that. Could you help me understand that?
That is correct. Passenger is totally different from Class B itself. We have to make sure that the passenger endorsement class, they understand exactly what they have to do with the passenger and so on, especially when it comes to railroad tracks and everything else. B is totally different. B becomes just a CDL B for without a trailer. So we got to make it our business to actually clarify the difference between both of them.
Right. I guess what I'm saying though is your passenger endorsement is still entry-level driver training, correct? You're not giving a passenger endorsement to someone who already has a Class B.
Still, that is correct. I'm sorry, but it's still an entry level. That's right.
Right. So the point of us for that third contingency request is that ELDT moniker is a capitalized and defined term in FMCSA requirements. And when the request is to alter that program title so that it reflects as entry-level driver training passenger, because it is still entry-level driver training, it's not the endorsement only. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, because I could just come in with my Class B and say, I just want to add passenger, right?
That is
but
correct.
that's not what this is. This is for entry-level trainers, not someone who's already licensed.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys have any other well, let me ask you before we move past this. How are you handling theory?
In-house.
Okay. And you guys already submitted for the FMCSA TPR and are likely just waiting on this license for that to be approved?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Are you third-party administrators as well for HSMB?
Third-party,
test?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Who are you going to send your students to test?
I'm sorry?
Where are your students going to go to test?
We have numerous of places that we normally send them to. We try to send them as close as possible so that they don't have such a big journey. 90% of the time is actually a school testing site over by off center line.
And is the cost of that test at the student's expense and is not included as part of their matriculation?
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
The cost that the students are paying, does that include the fees associated with their test, or is that just
Yes,
for
it
their?
is. Yes, it is. I'm sorry about it. It was hard to understand you.
Sorry, I was facing away. I'm trying to look at two computers at the same time.
Yeah, no. Hey, listen, don't worry about it. I understand. I've been doing the same thing too.
So my question then is, if you guys are covering the cost of that test and you're leaving that open-ended to the student, are you not going to have a real variable cost structure? So you're paying those third-party administrators to test your students, and I'm just suggesting that you have a choice there so you can normalize the cost. Because some of these guys charge a lot of money for those tests. I mean, you could pay $600 for a third-party test.
Yes, but yeah, that's understandable. But everything is included in the package itself.
So the school is absorbing that cost for the student, the cost of the test.
Correct.
Okay. Do you understand my concern for that? Because that's going to chew into your profitability with an unknown test fee amount for every single student.
Yeah, that is correct. But we have worked out a program with the testing site so that we could actually get through this nice and smoothly and nobody gets hurt.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other questions or concerns? Then I'm content to leave these contingencies as they are. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13299?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, since 19 was removed, I believe that puts us at section C, application for annual license. Director, would you or anyone else like to take a break, or do you want to power through these three and then talk about it after?
Could we just take a quick 10-minute break?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. It's 5 after. Let's come back at 12:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have returned from break.
All right, I think we're back. Director, you guys ready?
We are, thank you.
All right, so we're on section C. There are 3 items. We're going to take these individually. The first one is Florida Massage and Beauty Institute, number 12772. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene Leon. I'm the Vice President of Florida Massage and Beauty Institute.
Thank you for being here today. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Never better. Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations that include the 3 contingencies that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes. Item number 2, it was submitted on September 15th, and item number 3 was submitted on October 14th. Item 1, it's going to be the on-site visit.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know if that on-site visit has been scheduled yet? I'm only asking because the holidays are coming up, and I want to make sure you avail yourself to the staff.
No, I haven't been notified. No, I haven't been notified of the date.
Okay. So the information we have usually trails, as you probably have heard me say before. So certainly if you've submitted those items already, it will be noted. Do you have questions or concerns, any others for the either staff or the commissioners here today?
No.
All right. Commissioners, do you have questions or concerns? Then hearing none, can I get a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 12772?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to all.
You too.
Thank you.
Number 2 is Mandera Code Academy, Melbourne, number 11387. If you were here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I am Catherine Parkinson. I'm the Managing Director of Mindera in the US. We also have Ricardo Azaveda, our Code Academy Director, and Mihir Patel, our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you for being here and your patience for waiting till your turn on the agenda. It's much appreciated. I heard you say that you're the Managing Director for the US. I'm assuming that means you have international operations?
Yes, we are a global organization with a 1,200 strong employee force.
Outstanding. Can I ask you where your parent company's headquarters are?
Yes, 2 main headquarters, one in Leicester in the United Kingdom and the second in Porto in Portugal.
Ooh, all right. I'm jealous of the Portugal one. I've always wanted to go.
It's a beautiful city.
Are you familiar with the contingencies that have asked us to partially grant and partially deny the pending status of this? Have you guys familiarized yourself with what we're reviewing?
Yes, we have. And we have previously submitted the documentation to support points 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we believe it's only the first point, the CPA accountant audit, which is required.
Fair enough. And for the record, since we're extending, if we accept staff recommendations, we're extending the provisional for a year, and that doesn't impede you, and it's not a punishment. It just means you can't add additional programs during that time until you move to annual status.
We understand. Thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Do you have anything you guys would like to address or concern while you have the commission here, madam?
Only one question with regards to the timing to complete the audit, whether that's 90 days or 120 days post today's date.
So it would be 90 days from the clerked order. The 120 days is prior to the renewal date, which is November 30th, 2026.
Got it. Okay. That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your patience. May I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 11387?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy your Thanksgiving and congratulations.
Thank you so much, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
To you as well. Number 3 is Monarcha Beauty Institute, West Palm Beach, number 12989. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Buen día a todos. Mi nombre es Samantha Gómez. Yo soy la propietaria de Monarca Beauty Institute.
Hello, thank you for being here with us today.
Gracias.
Ma'am, would you be able to understand me if I asked that you have familiarized yourself with staff recommendations, including the 2 outstanding contingencies?
Sí, nosotros hemos leído las contingencias y estamos de acuerdo para poder arreglar todo.
I beg your pardon. This is a public meeting, and all of these proceedings need to be conducted in English. If you have a translator, you're certainly free to avail yourselves of them.
We needed Dr. Stefano, who's still here.
Okay. Sí, que nosotros ya sabemos las contingencias y ya enviamos todo.
Hello, my name is Mariana Martinez. I'm here to translate Mr. Samantha. So she says she's already has everything on the files and she's ready to continue.
Okay, thank you for your help with the translation. I want to make sure that you guys understand the contingencies and the staff recommendations that we're about to take a motion on.
Yes, she does. She's
Okay.
ready.
Do you have any questions or concerns or comments?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions or concerns? So this staff recommendation extends the provisional license and denies the annual license, just to be clear.
Okay, she understand.
Okay. Then do I have do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12989?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for being here, ma'am.
Thank you to you. Have a nice day. Happy Thanksgiving.
To you too. That moves us. Section D, there are none. For extension of license, Section E, which is annual renewal, there are 37. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, I have noted we will pull number 16 as that is affiliated with Commissioner Caballero. Then numbers 24 and 36. Do you have any additional?
No additional.
Commissioner Lynn, do you have any additional?
No additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
No additional.
Commissioner Giuliano?
No.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Let me make sure that I do not. And I do. I do not. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers 1 through 15, 17 through 23?
Chair Williams?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I would suggest that we poll whether there are any of the institutions that are being taken by consent, whether they have a representative who wishes to address the commission.
Yeah, I always forget that, Counselor, and it's my fault. I'm sorry. So before we take a motion on the items that were not pulled, I want to verify if anyone's on the line that they have questions or comments and would like to speak directly to the commission or the staff. That would be items number 1 through 15, 17 through 23, 25 through 35. If someone's on the line, we would welcome the opportunity to interact with you now.
We do have
And 37, I believe, as well.
Yes, and number 37. And we do have one individual on the line, it appears.
Yes.
Or several, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Can indeed. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Bob Harris, legal counsel for Star V Learning Centers. Good afternoon. You're all doing a great job today. Thank you.
I almost skipped over you, Bob, and I'm sorry.
That's right. Hey,
What
it's
number
easy to
on the
skip over
agenda,
me.
Mr. Harris?
Number 33, Star V Learning Centers, Jacksonville. Number 3174.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Chairman, we were in contact with the staff when the summary sheet came out. It shows a required progress report for placement, but the numbers that were reported in placement, according to the staff of Star V, were incorrect. And so as a result, they were required to do a progress report, and the correct numbers have been provided to the staff about a week ago, and we were told was too late to have it corrected, but we would like to have the progress report removed because corrected data that meets the requirements has been provided to the staff, and it's the only contingency is to provide that progress report.
If it's already in place, do we have to remove the contingency? Would it just be satisfied within the 90 days, Counselor? Well, actually, it says 60.
Yes, so this one is a little unique because they would be placed on a progress report. So if you don't mind, if you will pull them as well, add them to the list of institutions pulled, and I'll be happy to address it.
Counselor, is that okay with you? So let's pull it as well, and we'll go through this in just a minute.
Yes, sir. That's perfectly fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, good deal. Anyone else on the line from the licensees that we did not pull?
We do. So I'm going to actually, there's two more individuals on the line. I'm going to call them each by name so then they know which one is being spoken to. So the first I have on the line is Miss Debbie Brinkley.
Yes, this is Debbie Binkley. I'm a paralegal with GMAX, and I assist the Advanced Dental Academy of Treasure Coast with their paperwork, and I believe Michelle Linehan Martin's also present here today. She's a employee of that school, certified dental assistant, radiographer, school representative, and assistant to the instructor. We had two contingencies. We've already provided CIE with the compilation for the principal, which we had not provided previously. And then the other item involved a surety bond, but if you see attached to the summary sheet, it already shows that the surety bond was current. So I don't exactly know why that contingency was on there because it's current until June 6th of 2026. And it's attached to the summary sheet that shows it's current until 2026. So that one was already taken care of. So
Give us just a moment to pull that up to review, ma'am, if you don't mind.
okay.
And commissioners,
All right.
this is number one. So if you will pull
Yes.
them as well, we can speak to them.
Okay. Then let's, ma'am, if you'll stay on the line just a moment, and then
Okay.
we're gonna pull this institution as well. And Director, did I hear you say there was another?
Yes, there is one, Miss Marcella Mapstone.
And what number is that?
Miss Mapstone, are you on the line? Okay, so I think she was affiliated with Starby, who we were already pulling.
Okay, so just to be clear, that we would be pulling 1, 16, 24, 33, and 36.
And I believe we have one more that raised their hand. Is it Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks.
No, this is. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, no, this is Bob Harris. I raised my hand again because Ms. Mapstone is with Starby Learning Center. I'm not sure how she.
That's okay. I think she was just raising her hand for Starby. So we have that one. So she's good to go. And then we have one gentleman, I believe his name is Mr. Brooks, that still has his hand up.
Hi, yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Ryan Brooks. I'm the director and counsel for Electrolysis Laser and Beauty Institute. We actually had a similar progress report that needed to be submitted as to the previous, the school before this last one, where our graduation rate was reported at 0%, but our placement was, something higher overall in the 90s. And it was what I guess amounts to a scrivener's error or, just a typographical error on the online submission. But we do have a progress report we have to fill in now for that. And we did just submit the updated data. So I wasn't sure if that was something we needed to stay on for as well, or how we wanted to proceed with that. But we did just submit the corrected information.
What number are we talking about? We will pull that, sir, and we can go through
12.
that.
That's 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay. So then let me review this to make sure we have it right. We're going to pull 1, 12, 16, 24, 33, and 36.
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
And Chair, at this time, we should ask if there's any public comment on any of the schools that have not been pulled.
Yes, we should. So any of these that have not been pulled, items 1 through 37 of Section E, is there a public comment before we take a motion on those that have not been pulled?
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Hello?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. There's no additional comment.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think there is someone still on the line because they're holding off for their school to be called, but there's no one on the line additionally.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure. All right. Well, then, commissioners, do you have questions or comments before we take a motion for those that weren't pulled? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation, Section E, numbers 2 through 11, 13 through 15, 17 through 23, 25 through 35, and 25 through 32, and 34, 35, and 37.
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Let's begin with number 1. Ma'am, thank you very much. Advanced Dental Academy, number 12515.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. As I stated, the financial statement, they have requested a compilation for the principal, and we had not provided it in that format, so we provided that yesterday. And I understand it probably hasn't made its way to your system yet. And
Yes,
on
ma'am.
the second deficiency, we had it questioned the surety bond not being current, that it had expired. But if you see what is attached to the summary sheet on our Exhibit 2, it shows that the surety bond is current. If you go back to I guess Exhibit 2, go back to page 2 at the top, it'll show renewal expiration date of June 6, 2026. So that is already current. So that one had already been satisfied.
It may have been, I see exactly what you're talking about there, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. It may have been that the effective date was considered the expiration, and a quick scan of that.
Sure.
Regardless, Director, are you okay with the removal of that?
I am, and you're correct. It was an error where the staff was looking at the effective date, not the expiration date. So yes, it is. The expiration date for this is the June 6, 2026. So she has provided the documents that we were seeking for item number 2. So contingency number 2 can be removed from this.
Outstanding. Ma'am, do you have any other questions or concerns?
No, sir. That's it. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, do you have questions and concerns?
Mm-mm.
Then do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations with the removal of the second contingency, number 12515? Moved
Seconded.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries, and I believe would take us to number 12.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Electrolysis Laser and Beauty Institute, Orlando, number 3682. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you all. My name is Ryan Brooks. I'm the director and counsel for Electrolysis Laser and Beauty Institute.
Thank you for being here. You had a similar issue with the progress report. If am I keeping that straight in my head?
Yeah, and mainly we sort of had to cobble together what happened, but I guess there was an update on how the digital data is implemented for the 801 form. Specifically, I believe there was a new data point that unfortunately we just overlooked, which was the total number of graduates that finished within 1.5 times their initial enrollment, and we left that blank. So we put graduates, we put placements, but we didn't actually add a data point to that specific line item. And I think that was why we got basically a 0% graduation, which even if you look at the form that was submitted, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense considering our placements were at like 93. I think our placement level was 93 and some change percent, but we had like 0% graduation. But we submitted a correction to that a few days ago to our representative.
So, Director, is it still captured in the existing contingencies given this information?
So right now what you have in front of you is a submission of a graduate improvement plan, and this is based on the 23-24 graduation rate, which was at 0%, which is what he is saying that was an error that was not intended to be 0%. Currently in our SIMS database, the 23-24 number has not been updated past the 0%, but he has submitted the data for the 24-25, which is showing a 100% graduation rate. So it is up to the commissioners if you would like for him to submit a progress report, or we can modify that third contingency instead of a submission of a graduation improvement plan for first submission of the updated graduation rates for the 23-24 year. And then you can remove the progress reports if you so desire.
I'm comfortable just having them issue updated numbers for 23-24. It seems like this was somewhat common problem with several schools, not putting it in right.
That is correct.
And we have fixed that for obviously this current year, and we should be having the rest of everything submitted here shortly if we haven't already, with the proper inputs for the 24-25 year.
Okay. Then I suppose the motion would be to accept staff recommendations as revised for the submission of revised data for number 3682. So I have a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for your help, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all very much.
Okay, that takes us to number 16. Global Medical and Technical Training Institute, Miami, number 3436. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. We have no one on the line.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. this was pulled because of Commissioner Caballero's affiliation, and since we have no one else, I'll ask the commissioners if they have questions or comments before we take a motion. And hearing none, do have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3436.
Motion.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Which takes us to number 24. All right, number 24 is Rainbow Reef Instructor Development Center, Key Largo 2954. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Aw. Commissioners, do you have discussion or questions for staff? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation to deny this license and conduct an orderly closure for number 2954?
Motion.
Moved.
There is a person on the line. I believe someone just joined.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, hi, this is Bob Harris again. How are you?
What's going on, Mr. Harris?
Well, this is I wouldn't have raised my hand other than the fact that I'm very familiar with the school. This is one of the scuba diving schools that I represent a number of, and I'm very familiar. In fact, this school just received a very, very prestigious award last week in a meeting held in Orlando. So I'm very, very curious. Again, I'm not sure what the issue is with the school, but I'm just very concerned that the school is being closed. I'd like to get a little bit more about it because, again, they're part of a number of schools that I represent. I represent the scuba diving industry across the country. So
Mr. Harris,
this is one of them.
Mr.
Yes,
Harris,
sir.
do you represent this school specifically? Is this school your client?
They are not my client. That's what I just said. Mr.
Okay, thank
Genta.
you. That wasn't clear.
Yep.
Well, I suppose just like anyone, they're going to have a Counselor Junta, they have the opportunity to appeal this denial if they should choose correctly. Is that correct?
That's correct. They can certainly petition for administrative review. If they contest a material fact, that's one avenue. If they don't contest any material fact, they can cure these deficiencies and come back into compliance.
Yeah. Mr. Harris, the staff recommendations are nearly a page long with, if I'm going to go through to find the number, I mean, like a dozen failures.
13.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take any more of your time. I will contact Mr. Gent to get a copy of this and follow up with Rainbow Reef, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you for
certainly
your
there's
time.
recourse for them. And I appreciate your input there. They have the opportunity to contact and navigate that recourse after this meeting.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And just
All right.
so we're clear, before this school ended up on a meeting, staff would have reached out to it several times, including with a copy of the summary sheet and all of the programmatic materials, all of the application materials that you commissioners have reviewed and which are before you. This was all sent to the institution a week or a week and a half ago. So this institution's designated contact with the commission is well aware, or should be well aware, that they were on this meeting with this recommendation.
Okay. And I understand that. That's exactly why I stepped in. It's just, it concerns me that there hasn't been a response. Again, because I'm familiar with the owners and their operations, so it just concerned me. But I will follow up with you, Mr. Genta. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully they are safe and they'll have the option to navigate their recourse on the other side of this. And thank you for that, Mr. Harris. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 2954?
motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. That should take us to number 33. This is the Star Learning Centers, who I believe we do have on the line from earlier, number 3174.
Yeah, again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is Bob Harris representing Star V Learning Centers, and also Ms. Mapstone is on the line as well.
Well, thank you both for this. We're reviewing staff recommendations that have one contingency with some lengthy details in there, but still technically one contingency. Do you guys have questions or comments about that placement improvement plan?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's the point, is the information that's currently on the portal, and Ms. Mapstone has brought this to my attention. It's reported in the summary sheet at 64.50, which is below the required 65%. But the placement rate apparently on the portal is 72.44%. And so they meet the requirements, and there shouldn't be a progress report about placement.
And Commissioners, I can speak to this.
Good.
Mr. Harris is correct. So the Sims was reporting the 64.5%, and then it went through an IT update, and that update did make the appropriate calculation changes, and they are now reflected at 72.44%. So that has been corrected on our side, and therefore the institution does not need to submit a placement improvement plan. So we can remove that contingency, which is number one, and then the contingency would just have a grant the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through November 30th, 2026, and then order the institution. The rest of the summary sheet would stay the same, and we would not require a progress report for them.
Director, is this a formulaic challenge with the software?
Yes. So it appears that we did an update, and when we updated it, it reverted back to an old calculation, and then we had to correct the system and fix everyone's scores. And so it was just that interim when we were doing this specific institution that just got caught between that 64.5 and the corrected score of 72.44. So everyone's scores should be now correct in the system.
Mr. Harris, do you agree with that? Everything okay? We remove that contingency and then we'll grant the annual license?
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you very much. And Ms. Hurst, thank you. I appreciate that explanation very much.
Well, one day AI will probably be doing all of the reviews for us, and none of the commissioners will exist, and we'll all be out of a job. But for now, there's still formulaic problems, and here we are. I love it.
You will still exist, but you'll be doing other things.
Oh, so then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as revised by the director to remove the single contingency?
Motion.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
And Mr. Chairman, can I say one other thing, please?
Of course.
I just want to welcome Mr. Giuliano to the commission. His family in this business in Florida is an institution. I learned a tremendous amount from his father, and an amazing man. And it's just good, Mr. Young, it's just so good to see you on the commission. You bring a lot to it, and again, your family is part of the institution of the state of Florida. So congratulations, and I'm glad you're there.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're excited to have him and Dr. Lynn. We're going to have a very productive 2026, I predict, with the current commission here.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So number 36, I believe, is the last pulled out of this section, the Healthcare Assisting and Team Institute, Palm Beach Gardens 7917. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand and unmute and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Andrew Rudnick, president of the Healthcare Assisting and Team Institute. along with Andrea Bonner, my operations director.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Rodnick, are you familiar with the staff recommendations and the, and the contingencies associated with that?
Yes.
Okay, do you have questions or comments about it?
No, I do not.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions, comments?
Nope.
Director, can you help me understand why we have two sets of 1 and 2 on these contingencies instead of one set of 1 through 4?
So this one is specific to, you are taking two different actions within the same order. So one is to grant the annual license with contingencies being met, and then the other one is grant approval of programs with certain contingencies. So that's
Gotcha.
why it's listed the way it is.
Okay.
And this institution was ordered to appear in person. This was an institution that appeared at our September meeting, and the commissions had delayed them to the November meeting due to a couple of concerns that were noted in their clerked order. That's on page 31 of your summary sheet. The institution did respond to all of those, and so that's why they're reappearing in front of you today.
Outstanding. Dr. Rudnick, all that makes sense to you and you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I agree.
All right. Well, if there's no further discussion or questions on it, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7917?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Okay, section F is applications for license by means of accreditation. There is one item, Miami Barber Institute, number 6303. If you're here from that institute, please raise your digital hand, unmute and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, we have 4 contingencies. Any questions or comments?
No.
Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6303?
Motion?
Second.
Dan seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, which takes us to annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 18 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Approved. Motion, I should say.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Director, I have noted that you were not pulling any from these 18. Is that still the case?
That is still correct.
All right. Commissioner Caballera, any you would like to pull?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lynn?
None for me.
Commissioner Giuliano? And Commissioner Litvak?
None.
I have none as well. Is there anyone on the line from numbers 1 through 18 in section G who would like to speak with, ask questions, or give comments to the commission?
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for section G?
Do we have to give public comment again? Sorry. I know.
I'm gonna put a tack under my chair and sit on it.
I thought that was I thought actually that Chair Williams' invitation was all inclusive.
Was all inclusive. Okay.
That's the way it was intended.
Hey, I'm just trying to,
I'm the worst. Okay.
I do not. No. You do a fantastic job.
No,
you.
and you know,
I would not want it.
What bothers me about it is that's the thing that I forget, right? Like I feel like I've got it down otherwise, but I continually forget that one thing. I get in the zone. Okay, so if there's no one on the line, Director, If you're from those schools or have public comment?
There is not.
Okay. So then, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section G items 1 through 18?
Oh,
Motion?
wait, I'm sorry. One person did join. Is it you gave them lots of extra time?
No, we welcome it. Let's chat.
Miss
Hi,
Fontenot, we see your name pop up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it and appreciate all y'all's time. Just you were talking earlier about the calculation with technology. I just wanted to mention that when I was updating my data collections yesterday, do we have a problem with it calculating my graduation rate?
Could you tell us what institution you're from, what license number?
Oh, yes. Hello. Linda Sue Fontenot, Parisian Spa Institute, School 4116, Jacksonville, Florida.
Which is number 13 on the agenda for this section.
There we go.
Yeah, I just don't want to, I just don't want you all to say that I have some kind of limitation with the calculation because there is a problem. I've already reported it to Tammy Kirscher.
And this was on your graduation rate, is that what I heard you say?
That's correct. It's calculating at 46.57%. It won't calculate my skincare program. And
So
I calculated manually, it's 84%.
Miss
Director,
Fontenot.
is this related to the same type of update, perhaps, that got caught in the middle?
It is not. So we will take a look at her specific calculation, but she's speaking to her 24-25 rates, which is
Yes,
not in
ma'am.
front of you today. So so her contingencies do not reflect any of the rates that she is currently filling out. Those are due by November 30th. So we will be happy to take a look at her
Thank
file.
you.
Of course.
Sorry, and I thank you so
Not a
much.
problem.
I hope you all have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I think is there anyone else on the line, Director?
There is not.
Okay. So that should give us, let's just redo the motion. It's Section G, numbers 1 through 18. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries and takes us to Section H, where there are 7. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, I don't have any of note that you requested to pull. Is that still the case?
That is still correct.
Commissioner Lind, are there any you would like to pull?
I do not. Nope.
Commissioner Caballero?
No.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Litvak?
Just number 1.
Just number 1. Right? Sure that I don't. I'm going to pull number 4. And then do we have anyone on the line for Section 8 items 2, 3, 5, or 6?
There's no one on the line.
Okay. Do we have public comment on numbers 2, 3, 5, and 6?
We do have one individual on the line.
Hello?
Hi, this is Janelle Stewart from Aguilas International.
Hi. We were just preparing to talk about your license. If you wouldn't mind staying on the line for a moment, we are pulling that for discussion, and we'll take motions on the ones that aren't being pulled and then address yours first. Is that okay, madam?
All right, thank you.
Awesome. Anyone else, Director?
No.
Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for section 8's numbers 2, 3, 5, and 6?
Motion?
I think there's a 7 as well.
And 7.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was on such a roll there. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Yes.
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Now we can begin with number 1, Agnes International Technical Institute, number 4530. Hi, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I'm here with Lucy Stewart.
Thank you both for being here. Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendations that include 3 contingencies that we're taking a motion on today?
Yes.
Do you have questions or comments about that?
No?
All right. Commissioners, do you have
I pulled this. First of all, you did a very nice job with the application, so I was very happy to see that. I just wanted to because you're going into kind of that next level and it's a pre-licensure level, and don't know how much you know about the history of the state, but we're really trying to look at, or at least I am, how we're doing with nursing and practical and professional nursing. And as I looked at your application, everything looks very good. But I was interested to hear about how you're going to be doing, because the online education, because it is nursing, and nursing typically really, to get good results, you have to be in person. So I wanted to understand how you're going to be doing this. Distance ed, have you thought about, I see that you're seeking approval for that. There are reasons for having that, but how you were going to actually incorporate that, and understanding the difficulty of this program with licensure rates, and that you really are ready for that, for this type of program. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yes, both Lucy and I have extensive history with distance learning. And then for our population, we know that pure distance learning is not effective. So we plan on having a combination of both distance learning and in class. All of our students are currently in the area. So all of our hands-on are done on the ground in campus. And some of our theory, approximately about half of the theory is in class, and then the other half is synchronistic online and asynchronistic online.
Okay.
So we believe that having that combination is going to make sure that the students don't get too lost, and we're able to direct them and help them. And we found that in the past, that's the best way to ensure student learning, just from our other programs and during COVID.
And absolutely, and I wholly agree with what you just stated. My only other question was, who's overseeing the program, and what's their experience with it?
I am. My name is Lucila Puentes Stewart. I'm a registered nurse with a bachelor's degree in nursing, and also experience in doing classes online and hybrid.
And have you taught practical nursing or registered nursing program prior?
Practical nursing with vocational school, not within our school, but with
so
a
it could be another school, yes.
Yeah, yes.
All right. I just wish you the best of luck. Please, this program does require a lot of attention. I know one of the other commissioners has a program there too, and I think he would agree with me. Nursing is one that requires a lot more attention than other programs, because I want you to be successful. So please make sure you dedicate the resources and the individuals involved. That was all I had.
Thank you so much. It's important for us to have a quality program. And so we took our time before we started this. So thank you so much.
And you did, again, a very nice job with it. So thank you.
all right? Then do we? I'm assuming that everything stands as is for staff recommendations. Commissioner Litvak, you good with that?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4530? Okay.
Motion.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to number 4, which is Career Tech Lakeland, number 4325. If you're here for that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Director, I was, I don't understand this proposed new programming, which cuts the training for entry-level driver training, which has minimum standards required by FMCSA, in half. I didn't see any information that indicated that there was a difference in how this student is studying, how they're being taught. I don't understand how it's possible to have entry-level driver training Class A in half the amount of hours as the established program that they already have. So if staff has been in communication with them on this matter, I remember this school originally, I think, tried to put forth a 40-hour Class A, which the commission did not approve. They subsequently came back with an 160-hour, which is not required by FMCSA, but is an industry standard. And now we're proposing to cut that number in half. I think that represents a safety and a risk to public health. And I don't understand how it can be executed based on the minimum FMCSA requirements. So I'm willing to take your suggestions if you know something that I don't know about this. Otherwise, it looks like a blatant reduction in time spent, quality, however you want to phrase that.
And I will speak to what the entity has submitted to the commission. And since they're not here to speak for themselves, I will mention what they said was why it was accelerated, and then we can discuss if we would like to move this to defer this to the January. So in their explanation of how their hours aligned with the industry standards, they were stating that this program is accelerated because it's designed for individuals with prior articulated vehicle driving and backing experience. And then an example would be that an individual holding a CDL Class A license leaves the trucking industry for a year or two in pursuit of another career path. And at some point, this individual decides to go back to their former driving career, that most motor carriers would require the individual to be vetted to ensure that they haven't lost their skills. They said this program is not for those who have no experience operating a Class A vehicle. That's just their explanation for this.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, that's not consistent with FMCSA requirement. And also, if they're talking about giving a refresher course to a licensed Class A driver, then it is no longer it is not entry-level driver training, and it's not governed by the same regulations. What they have written here is entry-level driver training, which means they do not have experience. So what they submitted to you is in direct conflict with what entry-level driver training is.
Chair Williams, I agree. And in light of that, I think I would just recommend a denial. I don't believe that the federal rules contemplate any such thing as accelerated ELDT, such as what's being suggested here, because what's being suggested effectively is an abridged curriculum, which is not allowed under federal rules if you're conducting ELDT.
Yes, and if you're licensed, you're not going through ELDT. So if their submission said these are individuals who are just going through refreshers, then they already hold a license and it's not entry-level driver training, and this doesn't apply. So I agree with you, Counselor.
So I just don't know, do licenses expire, like if you don't use them or if you don't renew them, the CDL licenses? I don't know.
The only way you lose your Class A is if you give it up. Every time you renew your license, just because your license expires, they continually keep that CDL endorsement on there in perpetuity without additional training.
Might it be that I still think they can do it, but it might be that what the school is contemplating are people returning to the sector after having relinquished their licensure.
So it would depend on when that relinquishment happened, because there's rules around that as well for how long ago that was, whether they have to go back through entry-level driver training. So what this looks like to me is just accelerated entry level of someone who's never held a license before, and I would not support approving that. So what would be
So you have a couple of options. Either if based on the materials you have, you believe that that this program application just simply does not meet standards, you can outright deny the application. If you think it might meet standards and you're willing to be persuaded, you could issue a delay of 90 days and order the institution to appear at the meeting in January and take it up then.
Well, I will defer to what you said earlier, Counselor, in that it looks like an abridged version of entry-level driver training, which does not meet standards. So they're obviously welcome to resubmit and be more specific if this is a refresher course for a current licensee, and in which case that would not be ELDT. So Commissioners, I'm open to your feedback, questions, or comments on this if you'd like to discuss it. Okay.
I think you're kind of the expert in this industry, so.
Well, I don't consider myself to be an expert at all. I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm trying to help others not make those mistakes, right? So, right.
That's the definition of an expert, making mistakes and having the scar tissue.
Well, we'll look in the end. We all have family out on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
That vehicle's 80 feet long. It weighs 80,000 pounds. It's going to be going 80 miles an hour. I'm not comfortable with 80 hours, right? Just, I don't think it's possible to do entry-level driver training in that amount of time. And I've said that before for the record when there were previously submissions in an attempt to do it. And even as few as 40 hours, I don't think that's physically possible to meet the minimum FMCSA requirements. So, Counselor,
I would echo with what's going on in society right now. I think we have to even be more cautious.
Like who would we be if we were ignoring what's happening in society and abridging or allowing folks to accelerate minimum standards that are right now barely being applied nationwide, right?
Yeah, I think it should be the minimum. There should be a minimum bar. So I'm with the denial, but they can always still resubmit and correct it or come before us again and present why they believe it would be adequate and meet standards that we're not otherwise seeing.
Yeah. Commissioners, is anyone else comfortable with that or have questions?
I'm comfortable.
All right. Then my motion, Director, help me with this since we're not accepting staff recommendations.
It would be to deny approval of the entry-level driver training class A CDL accelerated diploma program.
And the reason would be for failure to demonstrate compliance with the curricular requirements of 49 CFR section 380, as well as standard 4 of the pertinent rule.
Then do I have a motion to deny the approval of the accelerated ELDT class A as noted for the reasons council just outlined?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carried. I believe that was the only two from this section.
That is correct.
That would get us to I, motion for extension. There is one, and that would be Masters Barber Academy Naples number 12710. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
All right. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments about the 6 contingencies associated?
It does appear that the school has joined.
All right. Fantastic.
Ms. Peterson.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. Great, thank you. I'm representing Meraki Aesthetics Institute, 11483. I have with me Andrea. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea. I am the program director for the
Ma'am.
electrolysis program.
Ma'am, I believe you're in the wrong, this is the wrong school. So we will, if you'll make a comment in the notes over there, but we've moved on to section I. So we are at the Masters Barber Academy, number 12710.
Okay, yeah, you skipped over me, so I was just thinking that, maybe I didn't.
No, ma'am,
Get
you
in
were
when I was
taken by
supposed to.
consent. So
Okay.
Are you
Okay,
good
very
with that? Or did you have any
Okay.
questions with yours?
No, not at all. I apologize for interrupting the meeting. Thank you very
You're
much.
perfectly fine. Thank you.
Yeah, we did accept staff recommendations by consent at the beginning of this section where you guys were listed, just so you'll know. So unless you had questions or comments about the staff recommendations, they were approved as you're aware of. Okay. Do we have someone on the line for 12710? Public comment for
We may
12710?
have one individual that looks like they're trying to join for Masters Barber Academy.
Yes, unmute me. Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was spazzing out. All right, yes, I'm sorry. This is Andrew Cancel. I am the owner and director of Masters Barber Academy.
How are you doing today, Mr. Kento?
I'm doing well. And yourself?
I'm doing really well. We're taking motions on a staff recommendation that includes 6 contingencies. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you have any concerns or comments about those?
No.
Is this your first extension on your provisional? I don't know how long you've been licensed. Apologies.
It's okay. Yes, sir. This is our first extension. We got our provisional license in 2023, and we enrolled our first student in December of 2023.
Okay. Are you guys handling all of this yourself and just operating a separate business? I just want to understand your reasons for the request for extension and why these contingencies are outstanding.
And Chair Williams, may I interrupt
Please.
for just a moment? Mr. Cancel, can you confirm with me? So I have that you were licensed on August of 2024. Do you have your years mixed up?
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, correct. August of 24. Okay. And we enrolled our first student in December of 24.
So commissioners, this is they're asking for an extension of his first provisional license. So instead of going for an annual license, he has not yet met all the conditions for that. So he is requested to extend that provisional for a year.
Okay. And we're doing a 90-day window for those contingencies, or we're approving this provisional all the way through September of 26, right?
So it would be granting the extension of the provisional through the September 30th, 2026 with the contingencies being met, and he'll have 90 days to do those.
Mr. Cancel, are you aware you'll have 90 days to meet those 6 requirements for this extension to be maintained?
Can you go over the 6 requirements if you don't mind?
I don't know who your program specialist is, but you should have received them via email. The director can outline that for us, but it's everything from a financial review, a Form 604, your business license, looking for an organizational chart, as well as admissions training and 8 continuing education hours. So that's just a broad strokes there.
And all of this will be contained in a well-written, articulate clerked order that will issue sometime within the next few weeks.
Okay. Mr. Cancel, there will be a clerked order that gives you this in excruciating detail.
Okay, sounds good. Yes, I will have all of them met in the 90 days.
All right, fair enough. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12710?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Cancel.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Section J has 17 items, which is motion for extension of license. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Is there anyone on the line for schools 1 through 17 who would like to be recognized and communicate with staff or commission at this point?
There is no one on the line.
All right. Then, Director, I didn't have any for you unless that has changed to be pulled.
That is still correct.
All right. Commissioner Lynn, are there any you would like to pull?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Iuliano? Commissioner Caballero?
No, thank you.
And Commissioner Litvack?
None.
All right. I have none as well. Any public comment on these 17?
There is none.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section J, items 1 through 17?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. That moves us to Section K, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are two. We will take these individually. The first is American Barber Institute, Coral Springs, number 12951. If you are here from that institute, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
All right. Staff recommendations are to grant the extension of time to comply through January, which I'm assuming means they would be put onto the January meeting, Director?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I guess I'm just trying to understand. I'm relatively new. So it looks like on May they requested the extension till now, and now we're asking for an additional extension? Or am I reading that right?
Director, is that the case?
So this will be, this particular institution is requesting additional time to comply with their clerked order. And this is from, the clerked order was from July 14th of 2025. So then they would have had their 90 days from that. And they submitted a request on October 22nd, 2025 that they were requesting the extension of time for compliance through January 23rd of 2026. And to speak to we do anticipate that they would be on the January meeting if they submit those documents, but we do need them to submit them earlier than the January 23rd, so we do have time to look at them. And we do have the institution on the line.
Hey.
Good day, commissioners. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you for this opportunity. We have answered to the order of extension for licensure. And currently, well, first of all, my name is Alex Zolens. I apologize for not introducing myself. So we have submitted full documentation regarding request for the extension. I think we have satisfied everything that the commission asked us for. There were three things, I think, and I think we were compliant as far as the time. In addition to that, I have been diligently looking for facility. I have found a facility which I'm in negotiations with the landlord. He has asked the Department of Building if it's zoned correctly for the location in Pompano area. And we have 10 days. Well, they have 10 days to respond if you can have a school there. And if, the amount of people that they would allow in the school in terms of the parking. So we're waiting for an answer. However, I do have another agency that is helping me to look for the facility. It was very unfortunate that I got approved initially and I got sick. I have a coronary disease and It just caused me a lot of problems with my health, and I've made a huge investment. I did not have any students because I just got licensed, and I got very ill. So I had to kind of, lay low and withdraw and take care of myself. I am feeling much better. I've been taking care of myself. However, finding a location is very complex, and I am, diligently looking for for the facility. And I think Ms. Shand has been very instrumental in navigating and helping me out. And I really would appreciate if you can extend, the courtesy, January, and possibly, as you know, it's complicated to find something, up to May 31st. That's what I would ask for. And if the commission wouldn't grant that, I will do my best to find a suitable facility to rent and hopefully, get established here in South Florida.
If I may, sir, first of all, I'm glad you're feeling better, and we hope that you remain on the mend and stay healthy. So just to make sure I'm understanding, you haven't, since your moment of being licensed, you haven't been operational, you've been searching for physical space?
Yeah, so correct. I've basically, I've lost a little, as I said, facility, and, because I had to take care of my health. So after, I started reapplying for everything, and I received a letter from, the request of the extension. I've been diligently looking for space. And
So
so
I just
that's
want to make
what
sure I'm understanding, Director, that would mean he originally had space, which obviously would have been required for him to have been approved. And because of those health reasons, lost that space. So there's been no enrollments, there's been no students, you've had no revenue since that point. Is that true, sir?
Yes, correct. No students. I just got licensed, and that's it. And I just got really ill, and unfortunately, I had to give up my lease.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on either the staff recommendation or the gentleman's request?
Well, I guess my question, I'm sorry, I'm starting from zero. Is the contingency that he is actually operating in a building, or that he has a lease executed with a date in which to take over? Because even when you find a space, sometimes it takes time to be able to have it fit for a school. So, I mean, what is the contingency, I guess?
Yeah, that's true, because we are talking about contingencies that aren't laid out in the staff recommendation right now. Can you help us with that, Director?
Absolutely. So this institution, when they went to the May 30th of 2025 meeting, the request was granted and their licensure was extended until May 31st, 2026, with 3 contingencies that they had to complete. And one of those was submission of a completed change of location application. So that's the one that's outstanding, that he is attempting to get an extension from the original requirement of when he had to submit that.
Right.
So then he would just need an executed lease or whatever to state that he has an address, right?
Yes. So with our completed location application, he would have to supply the lease, the fire inspection, the occupancy, the certificate of occupancy. So there are several things that go within that location application to demonstrate that the facilities are adequate.
Is there a limit to how many extensions you can have?
So this is a provisional status. So it is when you're doing a motion for request of extension to comply with the contingencies, it's not a set limit. I mean, we would probably kind of by rule not do it more than 3 times, but we take it by case. So each institution has to demonstrate why they believe that they need more time to comply, and then we review the circumstances surrounding it and what is needed to determine whether an extension is granted.
And that's one of the questions I had, because January 23rd, 2026, to get a certificate of occupancy, you would have to have your build out completed before you get the keys and are able to turn over. So, so the gentleman's request may a better request, or even that even seems tight to me. But I don't know how much we go into building.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to happen by January, right?
No, that's where I was getting to, because you've got holidays, you got Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and we're 2 months away from that date already. So.
Yeah, sir, was your request for the May meeting? Is that what I heard?
Yes, exactly, sir. I would definitely appreciate it because I'm already, stretched thin between looking from two brokers, including the broker who is the landlord, and I have proof as he applied for the Department of Building. We're waiting for an answer. If that pans out, I'm golden.
What's the director? What's the cutoff for the May meeting? When's the deadline?
February the 1st.
Yeah, so even that's not a lot, right?
There's 8 more days for you.
Yeah, right. That's what I mean. Is yeah, go into from January 23rd to February 1st. I'm not going to change anything. Commissioners, what would you like to do? We certainly don't want to set him up for failure, right? Don't want to add additional administrative tasks when he's not enrolling students, and thankfully not. Right? Well, that's not really a challenge. He's just trying to get started still. What would be your suggestions?
I would ask the director, what would you recommend? Do you have a solution for this one?
One moment, please.
Yeah, okay. Because whatever we do, we're going to set a precedent a little bit for this, so.
Right.
Yeah, and if I may, to be very transparent, I do run 2 institutions in New York. I've been in the business for 30 years. My intentions, because I live here, I'm a Floridian, and my whole goal is to set up same type of a structure. And yeah, I've made a huge investment, and I wanted to do that. Unfortunately, my health, gave out, and now I'm just, I'm at the mercy of the commissioners, and I would definitely appreciate the extension to help me find the location, because the location, as you commissioners know, it's a challenge, especially because of their requirements. You need DOB approval, and there's so many different variables. And obviously, it has to be suitable demographically and financially. So it's a challenge. I would love to commit myself and say, yeah, I'm going to find this by February, but I don't believe that's going to happen. Okay, so if you can extend the courtesy, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, my only concern is, that's why I asked Director Hurst for it, is just setting up a precedent. So whatever we do, if we can only extend it for 3 months again, then we may just come back again.
So commissioners, what you have, the scenario that he is going to run into is that he appeared at this May 30th, 2025 commission to apply for an extension of his provisional license, and that was granted through May of 2026. At that time, he will either have to get an annual license or he will get denied, because we can't extend his provisional license again after that. So what we're running into is...
You can, but I'm in the meeting. You can, but I'm in the meeting. Go ahead, do what you need to do.
So what will happen is we need an actual application for him for his annual license in February for the May, because we should be considering him for annual license in the May. So when he submitted the request for extension through January, that made sense. I mean, from a logical standpoint of if he could have gotten his location changed by January, then he could submit the annual application to be considered in May, and then we could move him forward, because he has to have students to get the annual license. So what he's explaining to you is a complication that may not be able to be resolved. If he doesn't have a location, he doesn't think he'll be able to get the location until May. He could... most likely he's going to come up and we're going to have to deny his annual license, or if he doesn't submit the annual license, then we would have to take him to probable cause for not submitting an application and then revoke the license. So it may be best in this scenario, if the gentleman is still looking for a location and he doesn't think he's going to be able to get one till May, it may be best to relinquish his current provisional. He doesn't have any students. He can apply as a new institution again. He should have all the same paperwork that he had last time, so it may make it a little bit easier for him, but he could relinquish and then come back with an entire brand new school application, and then we can consider it once he has a location.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out how to accommodate your needs here and make it the lowest administrative burden, right, on you. Otherwise, paperwork and the rules are going to prevent us from making it as easy as I think we could be if we took the director's advice there. Sir, do you have thoughts on that?
Well, I do. I mean, listen, people are not responsible, unfortunately, for their health. This creeped up on me and I am where I am. So, I can tell you that I had all good intentions of starting up a school, okay?
Yeah, we believe that for sure. Yeah. No one's questioning that.
Yeah. And I've also spent a lot of time and money applying for this licensure. For me to do this all over again, I don't know if it would be very, very complicated. Okay. And so if I'm this close finding a location, at least if it's possible, as I'm asking, would give me a courtesy till May. So if I don't find any location by that time, I will be more than happy to, say, hey, I tried, I gave it 100%, it didn't work out. But now I'm just coming around to do these things. So if it's possible.
Yeah, I think everyone here is happy with May. The challenge is that May's cutoff date is February 1st. Does that make sense? We're happy to kick this to the May meeting, but the cutoff for the May meeting submissions is February 1st. That's the challenge we're facing.
With the additional challenge of he has to be moving towards annual at the same time,
right?
And he doesn't have any students.
Right. So it's procedural, sir. No one doubts your intent. We're trying to figure out how to paper it up in a way that gives you the opportunity to bring this over the finish line. Director, would you or council have any recommendation on how to help us bring this over the finish line?
My name is William Israel. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I got in late because I wasn't aware that you guys were going to call our number this quickly. However, I appreciate the opportunity to chime in on this. And I understand the dilemma that Alex Zolens is facing in this matter. And I think that with respect to provisional licensing in Florida, there are limits in terms of the timings and so forth and so on. However, I'm not altogether sure that the rules and the statutes prohibit the extension of a provisional license beyond the time frame that we're talking about, because I don't recall, and maybe I didn't read the statutes and the rules carefully, but I don't recall there being an exact limitation placed on the number of times a provisional license can be extended. Do you have the specific regulation that sets forth that?
I beg your pardon. Could we have some clarification on who's speaking and what their affiliation is with this institution?
Yes, my name is William Israel. I am a consultant for American Barber Institute. I live in Memphis, Tennessee. And I've been working with Alex Zolens and his schools in New York and in the Florida matter. I've been affiliated with American Barbers Institute for over 20 years.
Thank you, sir. So if I may, it is Rule 60-2.002D, and it states time allowed for compliance. Provisional license shall be granted for a period up to 1 year, during which time the institution shall meet all conditions and demonstrate that it meets the standards for an annual license or license by means of accreditation. If the commission determines that the applicant is making a good faith effort to comply, but a delay occurs due to extraordinary circumstances caused by considerations such as requirements of an accrediting agency or other governmental agency, the commission shall grant an extension of the provisional license up to 1 additional year. That is where he is now. We have already granted his extension up to 1 additional year.
Okay. So, I mean, when you interpret that, I don't know if that necessarily means that is the limit that it can be granted. It just says that as long as
that is what that says, up to 1 additional year. And it says that the institution has not complied with all necessary standards and conditions within the period specified, including any authorized extension. A new application for licensure reflecting the current situation must be submitted and all required fees paid to start the application process again. So it is very clear that I can do one extension of a provisional license. I can grant a provisional license extension up to 1 year. That was done at the May 2025 meeting. So the individual in question has until May of 2026, and that extension will expire. So at that time, he has to have an annual application in front of us for consideration, or according to this rule, he is going to need to submit a new application for licensure.
All right, so what we would need to have is a completed change of location in by February, along with the completed application by February.
That is correct. And when he submits his annual application, the other issue that he is going to run into is the standard related to students. So he doesn't have any students right now. So you have to have some kind of placement retention, a placement graduation. You have to have students enrolled in order to qualify for an annual license, and he doesn't have that either. So he's kind of running into a situation where these issues mounting up kind of seem improbable to overcome, and that was why our suggestion may be for him to, if he would like to relinquish his current license and then get all of his paperwork together, get his new location, and then he can apply for a new application. That new application cost is pretty much the same as his annual renewal will be. So you're not talking about additional funds or fees that are going to be due to the commission for this. It would just allow him to restart, and then he would, if granted by the commission, if he submits his new application, then he could move on to a provisional, and that provisional would start over again. So then he would have that year of provisional to wait to get to his annual. So that would buy him a little bit more time.
Well, and also, Director, it would also free us up to make that submission at the point where you meet those requirements for a new provisional, and that clock would start over again, and you wouldn't be bound by the need to hurry up and feel like you have students to meet that annual. Guys, it's still going to be, we're going to be limited in rule to meet the deadline for February 1st, which seems improbable to the Director's point. And if you relinquished this, then you could submit in March, right? It would be past that February 1st date, but then let's say you had that done in March and you were applying for a new provisional, that clock starts all over again. Am I saying that right, Director?
Yes, that would be correct. And our dates are on the website for the institution if they would like to see what those particular dates would be. Let me got kicked off the internet. So on our calendar, on our website, it will have the date of each commission meeting and then the date that you have to submit applications as a new institution. So right now we're at November 2025 to be considered for the May meeting. He would need to submit his new school application by January 1st, 2026. And for the July 31st meeting, he would need to submit his application by March 1st of 2026. And then there's other options after that as well.
So he buys them another month to relinquish this and apply for another provisional for March 1st, right?
That is correct. So for the March,
and it opens up a whole new line of potential extensions should that become necessary.
Well, let me ask you this, if I may. Does this decision on the part of Alex Owens have to be made today and right now? Because, I mean, you've thrown a lot of things at us. And it certainly makes a lot of sense that if the costs are not going to be that much different in terms of the renewal based versus a new application, it certainly is not going to impose a financial burden on him. However, because we were under the impression that there was some provision for the extension of provisional, now that the statute has been made clear to us, I think at a minimum, is it possible that we could table this for maybe an hour and have this called again so that I can discuss it with him, and then we can come up with a decision as to whether or not we're going to withdraw our application currently and then start afresh, or make some other kind of a suggestion.
Hey, Counselor Junta, could we just accept staff recommendations, which would in effect give them until January, and if they contacted the staff, tomorrow, the next day, and said, "Hey, we want to relinquish this and start anew," that doesn't have to be assessed by the commission. They could relinquish that and start another without the actual commissioner's involvement, right?
That's correct.
Yes, sir. So you could have all the time you want to make this decision. We could just accept and extend based on staff recommendations right now, and you don't feel like you have to make this decision in an hour, and you could reach out to staff first of next week and just tell them what your plan is.
That's great. We'd really appreciate that. I think that we could go along with that, and we appreciate your wise opinion on that.
Well, I mean, look, everybody loves resetting the shot clock, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, and this is what that would do at really, a pretty nominal variance in hard cost, and not, you guys have been doing this a long time. I don't think it's cost prohibitive. So, if you guys are okay with that as licensees and his consultant, I'll ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations to extend that time to comply.
That's great. We'd certainly concur with that completely.
Okay.
Thank you. Make the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. It would be an impossible conversation without your presence. Thank you for being online.
Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you.
You know what I love about these types is we all learn so much, right? It's interesting to think about, relinquishing one, starting another when you find yourselves in a force majeure situation. I mean, certainly we want the best for him for health and finances. So it was a good lesson for all of us. The second is Nature School of Massage and Beauty, Brandon, number 13004. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is an individual on the line. We have the institution on the line, but we need you to unmute yourself. It appears on our side you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Commissioner, we cannot hear them, so if you would like to proceed.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
There we are. We can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Dr. Byung-hyun. I'm the president of Nature School of Massage and Beauty. And thanks for joining me this meeting.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Have you had the opportunity to review staff recommendations associated with this application?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you have questions or comments about that?
Yes, of course. The contingency required to send the Florida Board of Massage Therapy the school license. They will submit to evaluate the school license. We have submitted July 2024, and they begin to evaluate August 27, 2025 this year. It's over 1 year later more. So then they send me some additional document to my emails November 13, 2025. Then which was FCI provisional license. So we're still waiting for when they have the decide the massage board approval. So that's why I want to request the extension to provisional license.
Director, are we bumping up against the same requirement as just a moment ago on for this licensure from the massage board?
So this
You say
institution.
that. Okay, go ahead.
So this institution appeared at our May 31st, 2024 commission meeting to apply for their first provisional license. So we granted the
Right.
provisional license with contingencies. And one of those contingencies is what you're seeing in front of you, that Board of Massage approval. We have a clerked order from June 27th, 2024 and a December 19th, 2024. And the institution has requested several extensions following this November 22nd, 2024 commission meeting. So at this point, this institution has not received even their first provisional license. They're still an approved applicant. So this is not an operational school, and they are going to have to be, the only way they can be operational is to have that Florida Board of Massage, which they still don't have. So at this point, we've been extending this several times, but that is what is in front of you that we're recommending at this point to deny the extension of time to comply. We've already done several of these. We still have not received the Florida Board of Massage. The institution can always, they're welcome to apply again, and once they receive that Board of Massage approval, this will go a lot smoother for them. But this is just continuing to kick the can down the road and not getting the contingency that was in the original 2024 clerked order.
How about the financial statements, which is number 2? Have you gotten those?
It's been submitted.
It appears so. It appears the only
yes.
ones that are outstanding are the failure of the failure of the institution to submit the Board of Massage and the failure of the institution to submit the financial statements of the controlling principles compiled, reviewed, or audited.
Right, it has been submitted a couple times already, so it's submit again. It's my parent institution audit statement. It's been submitted to staff member.
For your controlling principles?
Yes.
Not for the, sir, we mean for the controlling principles.
And commissioners, if you would like to continue the discussion, we are looking to see if we have any controlling principles.
So, Florida Board of Massage Therapy, they begin to evaluate 1 year later, which is on August this year. So 1 year later, so they keep saying pending from last year to 1 year later. Then I submit to first the agenda and Florida Massage Board, the name unlisted on our school name to state member.
Yeah.
So I can't do anything without their approval within 1 year.
Right. Sir, what we're trying to do is create a pathway for your approval. And if you heard us having the discussion prior, what we're bumping up against are statutory limitations on our ability to continue extending your application. And we think that it would make a lot more sense for us, not punitively to deny this extension, but collaboratively with you to deny. And when you receive that from the massage board, you can resubmit, and it starts this process over, and it will be a lot smoother for you than trying to scrape and claw the original application over the finish line. Does that make sense?
I understand, but they require to CIE the provisional license. If it is expire or terminate, so there might be, I don't know.
But you don't have a provisional license. You have an application that was contingent on these, so that license has not been met. If that's the case, they're never going to give it to you, right? Because then it would be circular logic. So this doesn't prevent you from resubmitting, and it doesn't restart your process with the massage board. Their process is already in place. It would just be smoother on our side of the equation once you get that for you to resubmit. And Director, am I saying that accurately as you intended?
So if we get a approval from massage board, then you want me resubmit the application as in like a beginning or reinstate to FCIE?
So what this would do is if the commissioners do, if they do deny the extension of time to comply, what this will do for you,
Right.
sir, is this will just end the application that's in front of the commissioners today. So you don't yet have a provisional license. We haven't issued that because you haven't met the contingencies from that 2024 order. So basically
Sure.
what this would end the application. And so therefore that process would be done. We would close it in our system and then you would submit a new school application. And so you would submit that with your regular fees and you would go through that process and then we would place you on a future commission meeting for a new school. And at that point, that might be where your timing comes in, especially with the Board of Massage, to ask for their approval of a program. Now, it may be that your Board of Massage throughout this process is going to ask for your license from CIE, and then you'll have to work with us for that
Right.
as well.
So it doesn't affect to the approval for Board of Massage Therapy?
You would need to speak with them about this. So I am not sure where you are in the approval of the Board of Massage or why they haven't yet approved your school, because we are two
Okay.
different boards. So I'm not sure why they haven't approved your school at this point. So it would be best to have a conversation with them about what they are waiting for, if they're waiting for anything to actually approve this program.
So what you mentioned is we can extend another 1 more year, you said?
No, so at this point, because you have not yet satisfied the contingencies from that first provisional, and this was from the 2024, you would not be able to extend for the additional year.
That's, sir, what would happen is that the denial of this application, because this is not a license, this is just an application,
Okay.
would result in you needing to resubmit.
Okay.
And you already have all of this information. You already have the entity.
Right.
Everything's already in place, and you're already working with the massage board. But by resubmitting a new application, it begins this process over, and would be cleaner for CIE licensing purposes. And if you did that proactively, then your communication with the massage board is that you have an active application. You just need to do that expeditiously.
Sure. Yeah. So whatever I can accept, whatever to recommend. So I don't care. We can resubmit or extend. Then which we still processing on Board of Massage therapies. So
right.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Then let's go that route because we'll have a line in the sand, so to speak. Do I have a motion? And well, commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments? Any public comment here? Okay. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13004?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And sir, just contact staff after the meeting and we'll close this application out and they'll help facilitate the initiation of a new one, which should help all parties involved.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item in section L is substantive change of approval. There are 4 items in this section. We are going to take those individually. The first one is Cosmic School of Makeup Artistry, Oakland Park, number 3170. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
We do have the institution on the line, but it appears that the individual is muted.
While we're waiting to sort through that tech, commissioners, there's a financial soundness issue here on I have to pull through to see how we went in August of 24 of plus 500 to December of 24 to negative 176. And this may be accounting magic, Commissioner Cavagnero, if you want to look. Otherwise, there was a $700,000 swing in just a few months.
was, I guess they had requested an updated financial statements, because that's a weird cutoff as a period for accounting purposes.
Agreed.
August. One is in the financials tab, and there's one I'm looking at, so I don't know what that August
Or a
would
quarter
be.
end.
Are you guys seeing them, taking some advanced depreciation or something like that caused this, or is this in real cash, right?
Yeah, there's nothing.
Well, 23 was a sizable gain and 24 was a decent loss. So something happened between those 2 years.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
This looks like enrollment. This tuition really dropped.
Exactly. Revenue's down.
Yeah. Revenue's down, expenses were up.
Yeah.
Salaries.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get you every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess see the prior period adjustments.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering about. That 528.
Yeah.
And I don't see notes on that, but I think that's what's causing that.
Well,
Sure, they're going to tell us.
Yeah, particularly I'm looking at, let me find what page number this is, page 7. There's a sentence there in cash and cash equivalents. It says the school has not experienced any losses on its cash or cash equivalents. And that seems in conflict with the working capital number and the result, unless I'm looking at 2 different periods. Now that was August, and then in December is when it's showing that jump. So what happened in 4 months, I guess, is the point.
Yeah. Well, they had to calculate a composite score for DOE, and that was not good either. And so that's going to complicate things in the future as soon as DOE opines on that.
Is there still someone trying to get on the line?
They're on the line, but it appears they're muted.
Well, we would love to have a conversation if you guys can find them mute.
They're wanting to talk really bad, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah, right. I don't want to speculate. Yeah, no, it's a pretty small. Their depreciation numbers are not what's driving.
Yeah, it's very small.
She dropped off the line.
Okay.
It looks like they changed auditors. If you look at page 17, there's a comment that they changed auditors, but there really is no explanation for that prior period adjustment, which significantly impact the working capital.
And their renewal date, director, is November of next year. So if we moved into provisional, is my point, it's going to be all the way. It's going to be a year before we really get clarity on this.
Yes. So what is in front of you would be to issue a provisional license through November 30th of 2026, which is their next renewal period. And then you would delegate the authority to the executive director to return them to LBMA, because this is an LBMA school, to return them to LBMA through that November 30th if they can demonstrate that the financial structure is sound, and then order the progress the institution to submit a progress report for the May 2026 meeting. So we'll have a progress report for May 2026, and if she can demonstrate that she has either positive working capital or positive net income, then the institution could be returned to LBMA status. But if not, we'll hear back from the institution in November 2026.
Yeah, I mean, that timeline works for me. I think the question, because this is such a massive jump, is do we want to have this conversation in person in May, or are we okay with them just submitting statements for this and then us having a same speculative conversation then?
So if you would like to order the institution to appear at the May 2026 meeting, it'll be virtual, but you could ask them to appear at the meeting in person, and so they can speak to you more about this. Or if you want to have them appear earlier, we could modify the staff recommendation for you to have them submit a progress report either for the January or March 2026 meeting and appear in person.
I mean, I'm okay with the May meeting because I don't think we're going to get all of this data in for January, or in the cutoff for the others February 1st. I mean, maybe we get it, maybe we don't. But I don't know what the enrollment numbers are. We don't know what the year-to-date numbers are. This drops off at the end of 24 of what I'm looking at, unless I'm looking past something that's more updated. But I don't know. Commissioners, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm okay with that as well. Let the fiscal year finish, and maybe we can have more comparable periods between 2024 and 2025.
Yeah.
Because if not, they would have to submit December 1st, right? For the January.
Right. That's my point.
Yeah.
I think maybe
this is going to be an important year. I mean, they turned in a negative 0.7 composite score to DOE. That was due, June 30th. So DOE's just now probably taking a look at that.
Yep.
And if they do 2 of those in a row, that's a big problem.
Yep. Well, is there something you guys would like to add into the staff recommendation as a request and or contingency? Because I think proven institutional soundness is pretty broad. I'd like, maybe we could be more specific about the question here of how they're gonna, or what caused that composite score, systemically. Because what we're looking at is the metrics of what's happening operationally. We don't even get to have an operational conversation here. And to your point, Commissioner Giuliani, they're going to end up with 2 of those in a row before we even get a chance to talk to them.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And the deadline for the DOE is June 30th.
Right.
So I don't know how aggressive we could say that.
Yeah.
We would like the audit before the May meeting. I don't know.
I mean, it would be impactful in May. We would just be, talking about the good or the bad news, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to affect it, right?
No. Can't affect it.
They should have a pretty good idea of where they finished the year at that point.
Yeah.
They may not have their audit done, but if I were them and it was good, I would have it done by then.
I'm going to ask them to attend wait, is March in person or virtual?
March is in person.
Okay. I mean, I can take it as is. If you guys want to add something or you want to update some dates on it to expedite this, my fear is that we're going to get to May and we're just going to find out that they're going to be dealing with DOE on this, right, on the other side. You guys want to change it? You want to leave it there? It is.
We'd know more if we could talk to them right now, just because.
Wouldn't that be glorious?
It's middle November, so they probably have a good idea where they're at, why last year was like it was.
I know. I don't say it off enough. The conversations, I can't count the number of times we made presumptions based on the data we saw on paper, then had a conversation and really helped, paint in the details, and it reversed course for the better or for worse. So so important to have these conversations. So,
Well, are you guys able to hear me?
Hey.
Yes.
Hey, there you are.
Sorry, I was having technical difficulties. I had to go into my settings and unmute it. But my name is Jessica Velasquez, and I'm the new director at Cosmics School of Makeup Artistry. How are you guys this afternoon?
We are good. We're very excited that you're able to sort out your technical difficulties. We were hoping to have a robust conversation with you. Were you listening while we were talking?
I did one, so it did unmute, and I didn't want to interrupt you, so I was just listening towards the end.
Were you able to hear our questions, madam?
So I know that you guys were discussing the financial loss, and Cosmics has experienced a change of ownership that played a part of the change of loss in income, because before that it was pretty consistent. We had a new change of ownership at the beginning of 2024.
Director, was that submitted as a substantive change?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was.
All right.
So do you know what
Juliana,
you're looking like for 2025? I think is what we were kind of asking a little bit, where you're at.
As far as the financial, I'm not sure, but I can get that to you. We'll be doing a financial audit by the end of December, at the end of the year.
Ma'am, I think the question is, we see a significant performance swing in a very short period of time between August of last year and December, and that there were some adjustments made that we're trying to determine if these are actual cash losses, in which case that may destabilize your solvency. But Commissioner Giuliano, I don't know if she's aware of the composite score implications, but maybe you can enlighten her of what the implications of that are.
Yeah, so when you turned in your audit to the Department of Education on June 30th, you turned in a negative composite score. Have you heard from the Department of Education with regards to that audit yet? Have you heard any communication from them?
No.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. The Department of Education is hit or miss at this point anyway with staffing issues. But and you don't know, or you're not aware of what your financial condition is year to date as of today.
No, I'm not. I know that we did have, with the change of ownership and the director, there was a new director appointed. There was a decrease in enrollments. But since then, he's been terminated, and I just literally took over the position a couple of months ago. So we're working on rebuilding our enrollment numbers. And
You're saying there was a decrease from 2024 to 2025?
Yes.
Okay. So probably reason to believe the financials aren't going to be any better this year than they were last year?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, now what do we want to do?
Ma'am, I know you're new to the role. I want you to understand that our goal is likely your goal as well, which is to look after the best interest and the well-being of the students that you serve. And when we see schools that struggle with financial soundness, it could have negative implications and consequences on the student at no fault of their own. And our concerns around this are for the student first and foremost. I have imagined that your concern is for them as well. And we're trying to discuss how to gather the gap information that we have in a way soon enough so that we could help guide you and avoid possible negative implications from having a negative composite score turned in multiple times to the DOE, which could really destabilize your ability to move forward. And there's some timing issues of this as well. That was submitted in June. We're already at the end of the year. They're probably taking a look at it. When do those scores have to be submitted again, Commissioner Iuliano?
June 30 for a December 31st close.
Right. So if they met the February cutoff for the May meeting, we're only 30 days away finding out, really.
Well, more importantly, sitting here on November 21st, if the new owner of the school is of financial means, you probably need to be looking at supporting the school a little bit with paid-in capital or just putting money into the school, but between now and the end of the year. And I don't know the new owner. I wasn't here last year when they did the change of ownership, but there is some things you can do to improve your status between now and December 31st, but they need to be discussed and talked about now. I mean, you're almost, once December 31st hits, it's baked in, and whatever you have, you have. So that's just a suggestion. That's not really a commission, rule or anything. But I think the school is at an inflection point here, and probably has been for most of this year. We just didn't know, where they need to sit with their accountants and make some real important decisions in the next week or two. That's just some advice.
Okay.
Ms. Velasquez, do you have a good relationship with the new owner?
Yes, I do.
And so you can pass that along?
Definitely. Thank you so much for the advice.
Well,
now, with regard to what we're going to do, I just think we should keep a close eye. And, I don't know how much they would know at the next meeting, but it might not be a bad idea to have them report in.
They should know a lot, though, because if they're accredited, they need to have budgets, and they need to report on the budgets and put them against actuals. So yeah, they're not going to be audited, but they should know what their net income is at any given moment in time.
Yeah. You mean for the January meeting?
For the January meeting, yeah, they should be able to report upon what, it's not going to be completely accurate, but they should be able to give us at least an indication we have positive and negative.
Yeah, they just have to make this December cutoff pretty quick to put those in for that discussion. And the real question is, if once we have it, is it actionable? What can we help do with it? Right.
Like you said, there's just not enough information. I don't know what a $528,000 prior period adjustment. I don't know what that is. That's a big adjustment, though.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Iuliano has a good point there. If the new ownership has the ability to make an injection of capital, change that composite score, even if it's a Band-Aid for what could be a stepping stone toward a more systemic solution to whatever problem exists. We're not going to solve the systemic solution today, but we don't want you guys to get put in a position where things are further destabilized because we didn't inspire you to take action. Now, we can't force you to do that. We can't tell you have to do that. We're just cautioning you against getting to the end of the year and reporting another negative composite score. And if you're able to control that, then you should have that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would also recommend, just as a recommendation, I would recommend that if they do reappear at the next meeting or any other future meeting, that their accountant comes with them.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you think new ownership and or CFO, accountant, et cetera, would be interested in having this conversation with us at the next meeting in January?
Absolutely. They will be in on the meeting. Is it going to be, what's the date for January?
You'll find it on the website. I think it's the last Thursday, Friday of January, but that is an in-person meeting. The gentleman that I have the pleasure of serving with here, very knowledgeable and talented with the insight that they may be able to provide you guys during Commissioner Iuliano said, you're at an inflection point and we want to help you as much as possible.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. He will definitely be in on that meeting. I'll go on the website. I'll gather the information, and I'll have a discussion with him as soon as I get off this call.
All right. Do we want to add that request for them to attend the January meeting and provide the most updated financials for 2025?
Yes, I would.
Yes.
I think this school is in a point where they could go one way or they could go bad quickly if something doesn't change.
I agree. Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask the commissioners for a motion to accept staff recommendations with the added contingencies of submitting the most updated year-to-date financials for 2025 and to appear at the next meeting. Is that okay with you?
Oh, yes. Yes, that works.
All right, gentlemen, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Commissioners, I'm sorry,
Yes.
just to clarify, when we say up-to-date financials, will you be satisfied with either a compilation, a review, or an audit?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be
Yeah, you're
tough
not
to
going to get
get.
an audit. Yeah.
It's going to
They
be
won't
tough to
an
get
audit
anything
that quick, right?
that quick.
Complications.
So
And honestly,
commissioners,
they may not even have their review by then. But
Yeah.
I don't know that I need them even reviewed. We just need to see up-to-date data, right?
okay.
Yeah.
So we will request internal documents from
Internal
them.
documents are fine in January. They won't have time to get anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's just all financial statements. So, okay. So I think we had a move and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Ma'am, thank you for being here. We will see you in January.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right. Number 2, LaBelle Beauty Academy in Miami, number 4124. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line for this institution.
Okay, commissioners, do you have questions or comments?
It appears that the institution has joined.
All right. Just under the wire.
And Ms. Balboa, we have brought you into the room, but please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Balboa, and I'm owner of LaBelle Beauty Academy.
Ms. Balboa, it appears that you may have 2 devices in the same room with you, and it could be your cell phone and a laptop. If you could mute one, we would appreciate it. It's giving us lots of feedback. Ms. Balboa dropped off the call.
Okay.
Yeah, some of the changes they noted in their plan will actually help them with meeting the requirements and then getting positive net income.
Okay.
Because they're not that far off, and I think they look like they've renegotiated the rent, which in and of itself might take them to almost or very close to zero.
Yeah. Commissioners, any other thoughts or questions on the staff recommendation?
Hello? Can you hear
We
me?
hear you. Yep.
Oh, perfect. My name is Linda Balboa, and I am owner of LaBelle Beauty Academy.
Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendations that we're taking
Yes.
motions on here today?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. That would include one contingency and issuing this provisional license through November of 26, but that contingency obviously has to be met before that. Do you feel capable of meeting that contingency requirement?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
You have a
I'm not-
commission for, you have a contingency for the submission of an updated catalog to include a list of modifications and the timeline to submit that along with your progress report is, gosh, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. That obviously is, Director, help me here. I'm not seeing, there it is, 30 days. That's what I was looking for. Within 30 days of the clerk order. So the question is, do you feel capable of submitting that updated catalog within 30 days of receiving the clerk order?
I submitted an updated catalog with what was requested. I'm not sure.
It may have been, yes, ma'am, it may have been submitted after the paperwork we're seeing was compiled. And if that's the case, then you're already on top of it and we should have no issues.
I'm not familiar with a progress report.
Okay. Have you read the staff recommendation that we're looking at?
I don't have any staff recommendations.
Okay. Director, can you help
Where would I
shine some
see
light
that?
on?
Sure. So your program specialist sent you a copy of our staff recommendations when they, prior to these meetings, usually about 10 days prior to these meetings, or 7 to 10 days. So what you have in front of you is that our staff recommendation is to accept the annual review for procedural purposes only, and then find that a sub change in financial soundness has occurred and issue a provisional license through November 30th, 2026, based on the negative working capital and net loss. In order to maintain the provisional license, you must comply with the following contingency: submission of an updated catalog to include the following modifications: correction of your cosmetology program hours on page 1 of your catalog, and correction of your refund policy to comply with the provisions of rule. And so you will need to submit those changes to our office within 30 days of the clerked order. And then,
That was submitted.
okay. And then you will have to also submit a progress report with the commission for the May 2026 commission meeting related to your financial progress report.
Okay, I was not familiar with that. I will have to look for that. I don't think I saw that.
So you will create that. So that's not a document that you'll find on our website or any forms for that. So we are looking for you to submit a progress report, and that report needs to be submitted to us no later than 60 days prior to the scheduled meeting. And so we have you for the May meeting. So we'll need you to submit it 60 days prior to that. And what that is you're showing your financial, right now for the end of 24, you are showing a negative working capital and negative net income. So we're looking for an update on your financial progress.
Okay.
So you've submitted your financial improvement plan. So this is different than you're showing us the progress that you've made based on your financial improvement plan.
I understand now. Thank you. I will be able to make that.
I skipped my 2 o'clock coffee, so you did that way better than I could have, Director. Thank you for helping. Ma'am, if you understand all of that, I think we would be asking for a motion to accept staff recommendations on number 4124.
Motion.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries. Ma'am, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst, for your explanation, and thank you, commissioners.
Number 3, Source Institute Massage School and Therapeutic Bodywork of Panama City Beach. Number 12797. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Gentlemen, we have no contingencies to discuss here. We're approval of a substantive change and issuing a provisional, but there is no progress report on this one, right, Director?
That is correct. And this one will delegate the authority to myself to return them to annual status upon determination that they're in full compliance and that the changes noted with their name change and their location change have no impact on the institution or the students.
Fair enough. Then, Commissioners, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12797?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries and brings us to the last in this section of Vanguard School of Professional Health, Lauderhill, number 5623. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you
Hi
hear me?
there. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. First of all, I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of my CEO and CFO for their absence today. They were registered to attend, but however, due to their travel commitments with their other businesses, they weren't able to have reliable internet access at their current location. So I just wanted to start my introduction by apologizing for that. And my name is Maria Rodriguez. I am the campus director at Vanguard.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Rodriguez. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that include one contingency and the requirement to submit progress reports that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I actually sitting right in front of it, highlighted it, and ready to work on it.
That's good news. Do you have any questions or concerns about it?
No, we've been working pretty diligently on bettering our numbers, and our enrollment has doubled on this year alone. So I think we're in a good track.
Good.
I'm praying.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. Gentlemen, do you have questions for Ms. Rodriguez? All right. Well, if there's no more questions, concerns, or public comment, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5623?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, Ms. Rodriguez. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. And I was the last one, so I stayed all day with you guys.
No, thank you for your patience. I promise we got to you as quickly as we could.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I learned a lot from the other schools, so I was able to prepare even better.
Well, we all learn a lot as well. Thank you for your time.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
You as well.
Thank you.
Likewise. So section M, there are no campus applications, and there are one name change, the Academy of Nail Careers Sanford, number 12570. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. This is merely a name change, commissioners, and staff recommendations are to grant approval. So I don't know if there's a discussion requirement unless you say so. Hearing none, and if Director, we don't have anybody on the line.
There
nobody with
is a
public comment.
representative from the institution on the line.
All right.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Hajar with Otero Consulting Group.
How are you doing there today, young lady?
Great, great. Thank you. How are you guys?
Never better. I was just saying that because this is a name change and not a real material difference, I didn't know if there was discussion necessary. Do you have questions or concerns about it?
No, sir, we do not.
All right. Commissioners, do you?
How do we say this new name?
Belakai.
Belakai. All right. That was my only question.
All right. I wondered the same thing. Well, if there's no more discussion, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12570?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Section 0, there are none, which looks like part 14 and 15, there are none as well. Does this round us out? Section 16 shows provisional annual and LBM.
So what's in front of you right now is the reports in section 14 through 17. So if we could get a motion to accept those reports.
Can we do all 14 through 17 at the same time?
You can, yes.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you have questions or comments about those reports before we take a motion?
None.
Then do I have a motion to accept the reports in sections 14 through 17?
Motion.
Okay.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. I believe that puts us at 18. Should any of you have comments or questions, floor is yours.
No, just we want to welcome Dr. Lynn and Commissioner Juliano. You guys did great. And I'm happy I'm no longer the newbie. So
I'm assuming it'll be a lot less clumsy in subsequent meetings. Sorry about that, but it'll take some time.
Look, you guys have all the expertise you need to weigh in on these things. So I'm so happy to have both of you. And Commissioner Juliano, let me just say, man, it's awesome. I've learned stuff from you already, right? When you're talking about how the DOE is going to look at things and when to expect to hear from them and not. Those are all new things for me to learn, and I appreciate both of your expertise.
I hate to age myself, but I was probably going to CIE meetings when I was 20 years old. So, and that was almost 40
like
years
7
ago.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. So I've been around the commission for a very, very long time.
Yeah. Did Sam Ferguson have hair back then?
Yeah. He always tells everybody he knew me when I was that high, kind of thing. So.
Well, I'm super excited for you both to be on here. I hope Dr. Stefano and his family are okay. I know he had to jump off. And Director, do you or council have anything additional?
No, I would like to welcome the new commissioners again. I know I've gotten a chance to do it already, and I've gotten to do your trainings with you, and it is a pleasure to have you both here. And as always, I like to publicly thank the staff of CIE for their hard work with all of these meetings that come up. They do a ton of work behind the scene, making sure that the files in front of you are as accurate as possible. So we appreciate the staff, and thank you for all your hard work.
And let me give you some tangible evidence of the staff hard work there, Director. When I think I was put on this board 3 years ago, somewhere in there, and the frequency with which we had real collaborative challenges has diminished so much. We may have an outlier here or there but otherwise, what I've witnessed, particularly under your tenure, is that schools are performing better and are more compliant, and the conversations are centered more around how we can be a resource and an ally for them rather than a hall monitor. And that makes me super excited, and that wouldn't have happened without all the hard work of the staff that talks to these licensees every single day. We get the pleasure of just swooping in and at the last and sort of relishing in all of their hard work, but man, you guys are killing it up there. I don't know how you do it. It's fantastic work. So thank you and all of the staff, and I'm excited to see everybody in person in January.
Thank you. Everyone have a great Thanksgiving too.
Y'all as well.
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Yep, we are adjourned.